If we would all please rise as Boy Scout Pack 23 presents the colors and leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pack 23, for that presentation and recital. Let us all remain standing as we take a moment to think of our soldiers, our sailors, our Marines, and our Coast Guardsmen as they serve and protect our country and our interests around the world. Thank you. You may have a seat. Before we start our meeting, Trustee Paul Girard would like to say a few words.
Hi, folks. I just wanted to express a personal message of gratitude for all the support that I've received over the past week with my personal situation. My mother passed away on the 27th of December, and it's been a difficult 2 weeks before she landed in the ER and went into hospice, and ultimately to her demise, and we buried her on Friday. But I just appreciate the support from the residents, from friends, many of the department heads, many members of the board, and I just wanted to express the appreciation of support. It's been a tough 2 weeks, and if I'm a little bit slow on some responses to anything that comes up today, I've been trying to catch up as best I can with all the most current village issues. So just please be patient with me if I might ask a one or two clarifying questions during the meeting. But thank you again. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Good evening, all, and welcome to the Village of Suffern Board meeting, and thank you for attending. It may be a long meeting, but I'm going to start off by saying the oath of office that I took to serve as the mayor of the Village of Suffern, I hold in the highest regard. I personally have taken the oath 3 times for military service, once as a New York City police officer, once as a trustee for the Village of Suffern, and 3 times for the mayor of the Village of Suffern. That equates to 8 times of taking the oath of office, which I hold in the highest regard and the greatest respect. Please keep in mind as I read aloud my statement. Dear residents, it is very sad that I have to do this, but based upon the misinformation being spread by 4 village trustees who sit up here with me, I am compelled to respond to the issues. And the issue, of course, is the mayor's appointment for the village attorney's office. As far back as I can remember, and as far back as anyone I have spoken with can remember, the mayor of the Village of Suffern has always appointed the village attorney. It is what I have done in the last 4 years as mayor. It is what my predecessors have done. Tricia Botto had done it in her term. Dagan LaCourte had done it in his term. And yet, at the village organization meeting on December 2nd, 2019, the Board of Trustees refused to even consider confirmation of the mayor's appointment of the village attorney. Instead, the majority of the Board of Trustees took it upon themselves to adopt an unwritten, unannounced motion to appoint Mr. Terry Rice as village attorney. As far as I know, never in the history of the village has any trustee taken it upon themselves to appoint the village attorney. Yet Mr. Rice's appointment came by way of a secret, clandestine meeting between Mr. Rice and Trustee Girard, whereby Trustee Girard, perhaps on his own, perhaps with others present, apparently negotiated a retainer agreement with Mr. Rice to become the village attorney. No prior notice or information was provided to me as the mayor of the village of Suffern. The appointment wasn't placed on the agenda, and the retainer agreement with Mr. Rice was not provided to the village clerk ahead of this secret meeting. Interestingly, two of the trustees who voted in favor of this retainer agreement weren't even sworn in as trustees at the time the secret meeting took place. By doing this, Trustee Girard and the other trustees usurped the power of the mayor by unreasonably refusing to confirm my appointment of village attorney. I believe that this is a violation of New York State village law, as well as a decades-long practice in the village of Suffern, whereby the mayor appoints the village attorney. This issue should have and could have been avoided. At the village board's organization meeting, the then current village attorney advised the trustees that by making their own appointment of Mr. Rice, it could likely result in the village of Suffern paying for an additional, unnecessary attorney. To wit, one village attorney for the mayor and another attorney for the trustees. The trustees refused to listen to the village attorney. Thereafter, the former and current assistant village attorney, Rob Magrino, also advised the trustees of the same consequences and identified other villages in Rockland County, such as Spring Valley, that have separate attorneys for the mayor and the board. The assistant village attorney then suggested that the entire board of trustees should enter into an executive session to discuss this matter. So an executive session is where the board convenes privately to discuss certain issues at hand, one being personnel, and this would be related to the personnel issue. Despite the advice of the two attorneys, the trustees who voted to appoint Mr. Rice as village attorney refused to discuss the matter in executive session. As the mayor, I implored the trustees to discuss the matter in the executive session, and unfortunately, the trustees refused even to attempt to resolve the matter. Trying one more time to address an untenable situation, I called a special meeting on December 12th, 2019, to discuss my appointment for village attorney and assistant village attorney. The trustees asked that I postpone the meeting because they claimed they were unavailable. As a result, and in good faith, the special meeting I canceled. Although it appeared that the trustees were simply playing games, trying to delay the meeting until after the new year. Nevertheless, I gave the trustees 3 dates to reschedule the meeting. Not surprisingly, all 4 trustees could not make the dates I provided. Mr. Barone and Mr. Girard could only make one day. Mr. Alpert could not make that day but could make the others. Ms. Corrigan only indicated that she would try to make one day that Mr. Barone and Mr. Girard could make. As a result, there was no special meeting. To make it look good, the trustees then called their own special meeting for December 21st. I attended, members of the public attended, and Mr. Alpert, Trustee Alpert, showed up also. However, none of the other board members attended. Mr. Alpert then read from what appeared to be written notes indicating that apparently the 4 trustees got together and decided not to attend. They didn't cancel the meeting. They noticed. They called the meeting. They didn't even contact me to tell me that they were canceling the special meeting. They simply refused to show up to the meeting they called. In fact, they were so determined to hold that meeting that Mr. Alpert threatened the village clerk that if she didn't notice the meeting they called, she would be in dereliction of her duties. This is the same village clerk that the trustees refused to confirm at the organizational meeting. As a result of being repeatedly stonewalled and ignored, I commenced an action in the Rockland County Supreme Court to assert my rights as the mayor of the Village of Suffern and assert the rights of the village to determine who has the right to appoint the village attorney. Despite what you may have heard or read, this matter is in its infancy and no final decision has been rendered. I have been alerted to Facebook postings issued by some of the trustees, and at least one lengthy bulk email that was distributed to the village, sent out by 4 trustees regarding this same situation. I am here to tell you that what they have alleged is untrue and a complete mischaracterization of what has transpired. Let me address some of their claims. They claim holiday schedule made it difficult for all board members to meet for a public meeting. In reality, I am not aware of any holidays on December 12th, 13th, 14th, or 16th. In addition, they were advised by 2 different attorneys to meet on December 2nd at the board meeting where we all were present, which they refused. They claim all 4 trustees and the mayor were available and prepared to meet on December 21st. They canceled that meeting, possibly in violation of the open meetings law. Didn't even attend. They claim on December 20th, after several hours of testimony, the Honorable Justice Paul Marks in New York State Supreme Court denied the mayor's request. Reality, this was not an hour, a minute, or a second of testimony. I was present for the entire matter before the judge, and Judge Marks specifically stated that his initial ruling had no bearing at all on what his final determination might be. They claim the case against the trustees will continue to wind its way through the court for final determination over the next several weeks. Reality, because they refuse to sit down with me even to discuss the issues, the claims against the trustee will take possibly many months to be resolved. The fact remains that when the trustees had the opportunity to sit down with me to resolve our differences, they absolutely refused. They then played games not making themselves available to meet. While I cannot force them to discuss the situation, as the mayor, I do have rights. And because they refuse to even discuss any issues with me, I am forced to seek to have my rights determined in a court of law. And yes, that is going to cost the village taxpayers additional funds. But that is solely because of the trustees refused to even meet with me and had to appoint their own attorney. It is unfortunate and a shame that the trustees are playing politics, especially with such an important need for our village. As mayor, I rely very heavily upon the village attorney to assist me with the statutory duties I am charged with. I am not an attorney, and there are numerous laws that I encounter almost on a daily basis. I appointed Keenan Bean in February of 2019 so that the Village of Suffern could be provided with the best legal services at a reasonable rate, which has saved the village tens of thousands of dollars just in 2019. I went away from political appointments. The trustees have gone back to political appointments. I will not allow Washington-style politics to shape this great village. While I am just one vote on the Board of Trustees and on an island to myself, I cannot in good conscience allow this violation of law and practice to happen. It is my intention to protect my rights as mayor, as well as the rights of future mayors. More importantly, I am protecting the rights of the residents who elected me to serve as their mayor. This is a process that must be respected and followed, and it was not. Under the advice of counsel, I cannot comment on the active litigation action I have commenced against the trustees. However, I note that the trustees, in their communication and in their email, indicated that you, the residents of the village, could ask any questions you might have about the village matters. So, I encourage you during the audience participation portion of the regular meeting to ask the trustees any questions you have about the litigation, including why they refused to meet when they were all present on December 2nd, why they refused to meet on December 21st when they called for the meeting and didn't show up, why they refused to appoint the village clerk, why they refused to tell the public who interviewed Mr. Rice, who was present when this interview took place, where did the interview take place. These are questions that I don't even know. How can I, as the mayor, run the village when we have trustees formulating contracts and agreements behind closed doors, not in Village Hall, or, well, I don't know where it took place, so that's a question to ask. Who is the current labor counsel for the Village of Suffern? You will note in the retainer agreement signed by Mr. Rice and negotiated by Mr. Girard, it specifically indicates that the village continues to utilize separate labor counsel. As far as I know, the trustees have not contracted with any labor counsel. They certainly haven't discussed the matter with me, yet the village has ongoing labor matters. You should know that Keenan Bean represented the Village of Suffern well before I became mayor. In fact, Keenan Bean has been representing the village since at least 1998. The last two mayors, Mayor Abato and Mayor LaCourte, specifically appointed Keenan Bean to perform all labor work even while Mr. Rice was the village attorney. Keenan Bean clearly has much more expertise and experience than Mr. Rice when it comes to labor law, yet the trustees appointed no one to perform labor work. Finally, do the trustees care? Well, I am frustrated, as many of you probably can tell. And as much as I would love to discuss this matter further, my attorneys have advised me not to discuss this pending litigation. But you can and should certainly ask the trustees whatever you like. Thank you very much. And those are my opening statements, and I feel the public does have a right to know. We need to proceed with the meeting, with the agenda. We have special guests here. We had the Scouts here, and now we have the Suffern High School Environmental Activism Club that are going to present to us.
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, I just want an opportunity to comment on some of the things.
We're going to do the comments during the public participation, and that we need to have the environmental club present at this time.
Well, I just said some of the things that you said were...
We're not going to get into a back and forth on this conversation now. That was my opening statement. And I am presiding at the meeting at this time, and this is the way I'm running the meeting. I'm sorry, but during the participation part of the meeting, you will will be able to speak.
Okay,
Absolutely.
well, there were several things that were,
You note them and
misspoke
bring
on.
them back up at the trustees section, absolutely. So at this time, the Suffern High School Environmental Activism Club presentation will commence with Anara Cates, Arapetha Abraham, Vicky Chu, and Sophie Tiro. Thank you, ladies. Did they give us a hard copy? Yeah. No, we need them. Thank you. So proud.
Thanks so much. Okay, double duty.
Thank you.
Oh.
Where does it come down?
I think that's about it. I think that. Where is it? He has to go up a little. There you go. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to speak with you.
Try just to speak a little bit into the mic.
So good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity for our group to come and speak with you. My name is Natasha Boda-Thaxton. I've been teaching at the high school in the science department for 16 years, so been here a little bit, and we are very privileged to be here tonight. And our students have been working very, very hard to bring you this presentation, and hopefully this is something that we are going to work on as a group and a bridge between the high school and the rest of the community. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Boda, and thank you guys for your time and for allowing us to present to you about the Climate Smart Communities program. My name is Anara.
My name is Sophia.
I'm Belu.
I'm Vicky.
And we are the Suffern Environmental Activism Club. So first, I'd like to just introduce our club and tell you a little bit about what we've done in the past. So last year, we started a big anti-styrofoam movement in which we got over 300 signatures on a petition that we passed around in the school. And we raised awareness about the adverse health and environmental effects of styrofoam. And then we wanted, when our school decided to switch to paper trays, we wanted to further that, so we went to the school board and we presented about how to implement reusable trays into our cafeteria system. And then we've also, every year, there's a STEAM Expo held at our Suffern High School, and we have a table there every year in which we do community outreach and we help spread awareness about environmental issues, especially to young children. And we've also just done general spreading awareness to students to know how to be individually sustainable and take actions to be more environmentally friendly.
So for the future of our club, we would like to continue with the reusable trays project. We would like to continue the reusable trays project. We would also like to start the Meatless Mondays campaign, and we were looking forward to become a climate smart community.
And now we're just going to share some photos with you. This is us when we were preparing for our presentation last spring to the Board of Education. And then these are some things we've done around our school. This photo of the window is part of our Earth Week celebration. We painted the window to spread awareness. And then we also have a billboard in one of our hallways to tell students about environmental issues and how they can go about fixing those issues. And then also every year we really enjoy participating in the STEAM Expo, and that's a great way that we can connect with the community and share ways that they can also become more sustainable.
So you might be wondering, what are climate smart communities? Well, climate smart communities were established in 2009, and basically their purpose was to kind of support sustainable efficiency and also promote statewide environmental action. This Climate Smart Community Program is based off of a point-based system. So locally, you may know that Montebello and Nyack are both a part of the Climate Smart Community Program already. Montebello is pledged and Nyack is bronze certified. The point-based system allows us to gather points through completing certain actions around the community. That might be explained a little bit later. And basically, to become pledged, you have to gain points after becoming pledged toward becoming a certified community. There are different levels of becoming certified, which go from bronze, silver, to gold. So why climate smart communities? Well, these are the goals that we have for our own club and for us as a whole community, because we want to support environmental friendliness all around. So the only way we can do this is if we get everyone to work together as a community and as a whole.
The Climate Smart Communities program, started in 2009, is already quite developed, and on their website they have a list of steps that we can take to get started, and they also, with that, they have suggestions for actions we can take, and then also they write out how to implement all those different actions for each different one. So it's a very developed program, and it makes it very easy for us to use. And then for our town specifically, EAC also organized some steps that we'd have to take. One of the first things we'd have to do is designate certain members of the community, including students, teachers, and elected officials, and any other interested community members. And they would all create a task force, and basically what that does is it designates certain people to stay on top of the climate smart community actions so that it doesn't get lost in other projects. And then once we create the task force, we'll assign a task force leader, and we'll assign people to be in charge of registering and being in charge of the accounts. And then from there, we'll decide on the actions that we want to take.
Just to lay out what future meetings might look like, our second meeting or so would involve us talking and discussing about what we've already done as a town. So, for example, I know that we've recently implemented LED lighting into municipality buildings, and that actually already counts as points towards being certified. So this, along with goals that we have and whatever else we're working on, would be organized into a spreadsheet so that we could use it to keep track of our actions as a community. Afterwards, we would have to go through a government greenhouse gas inventory. This is a priority action, also accumulates points, and this would also help us see how much we need to fix in our town and what we would need to be fixing. And lastly, just an idea that's not required and not necessarily mandatory is an energy and waste audit. This is important for our town to do, to see how much energy we're using, how much we're conserving, how much we could be saving. And when it comes to spending, we wouldn't have to worry too much, because if we're going through the Climate Smart Community Program, there are grants and a lot of funding that the DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, and the Climate Smart Community itself would offer us, and we would be more likely to obtain those because we're going through with this, the Climate Smart Community Program.
And also to add to that, I just want to, we've learned after discussing with Mayor and Ms. Paffenroth, we learned that you guys have already done a lot in this town, and we're really happy to hear that, and we definitely can put those actions that you guys have already taken towards certification. And we don't know how far along Suffern might already be in becoming Climate Smart Community certified. For example, like I know you guys mentioned, you created new LED lighting throughout the buildings, and so that's really great actions that can definitely be put towards this. And so the first step that we have to take is to pledge. So as you can see in front of you, you guys have the model resolution for becoming a climate smart community. And just sort of paraphrasing, it's just basically stating that you pledge to take actions with the idea that you want to spread you want to take actions with environmental conservation in mind, as well as concerning climate change, and with the concern that we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And so with those two ideologies, basically just going forward and taking actions to become a greener village.
So what we really want to emphasize here is that we don't want to push all of the responsibility onto our board. As we said earlier, we have to create a task force in order to get this project really going. And we, as members of the Environmental Activism Club in the high school, want to become a part of this task force and involve students, along with teachers and everyone who wants to in our community, to join together and really make this project happen.
Thank you. And if we have time for questions, we can do that.
Okay, so that was a great presentation. I know that we have met earlier, I guess last month or so, and we discussed taking the pledge, and that you young ladies would come in and present to the board. We spoke about the initiatives that we have undertaken already here in the village of Suffern. I think it's a great partnership that we should develop and work together with and form that task force, and especially since the surrounding villages also are participating. It just enables us to, gather up those points, seek additional grant funding, I believe, also that's available through the state of New York. So it's a win-win. And if the board has any questions for the group, please feel free to ask.
Ladies, very nice presentation. I'd like to point out Deputy Mayor Alpert. He's got a reusable water bottle. And I want to remind you of your most important green tool, and it's going to be your vote when you're ready.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic presentation. Let's give a round of applause for the group. We will stay in contact.
Do you want to take a picture with me?
Do we need the presentation? You need it? No, we'll leave it. Avon needs it. Where did this come from?
Let me see that. There might have been the old one.
This is good.
No, it's the same one. I might have, this was stapled.
Thank you, Scouts.
This is what was stapled together for tonight. You just got a copy of it.
Oh, all right, this, I'm
That's
keeping it
yours.
separate, yeah. Okay, as the Scouts clear out. Okay, I would like to invite up Avon Corporation for their presentation, Ms. Michelle Dory and Mr. Seth Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mayor. We're just getting our presentation load up. Does the whole board have a copy of our hard copy? Great.
Yes.
You can follow along.
Okay.
And for the benefit of the public, we have put the presentation up on the screen. Good evening. My name is Seth Mandelbaum. I'm a partner with the law firm of McCullough, Goldberger, and Stout. Happy New Year, everyone. Here, once again, on behalf of our clients, Avon Capital Corporation, Avon Products Incorporated, who I'll just refer to as Avon. I'd like to introduce the group I have with me this evening. First, of Josie Adams, who's the Vice President of Worldwide Research and Development for Avon. Michelle Dory, who I think you all know, Facilities Manager for the R&D facility just across the street. Michael Katz is with Actio Corporate Asset Advisors, Real Estate Advisors for Avon. Lieb Lefkowitz is with the proposed purchaser of the property, National Art and School Supplies Incorporated. And Joel Gruber is commercial real estate broker with Rand Commercial Realty, who is working on the deal between Avon and National Art and School Supplies. Well, we're here this evening once again, and please give us a few minutes of latitude since there are new board members. There's a lot of public here. We might be repeating some things some of the board has heard, but for the benefit of the public and the new members, we thought it would be good to just go through a little bit of the background and history, if you could indulge us for just a couple of moments. Michelle, if you can go to the next slide. So, as most, if not everyone, knows, Avon has a large global research and development facility on Route 59, Lafayette Avenue, at the corner of Washington Avenue. It's about 12 acres, just under 12 acres of land, and consists of actually 3 parcels, one that fronts on Lafayette, one on the west side of Washington, and then a parking lot on the north side of the railroad tracks behind the building. And as you'll hear from Michelle Dory in a few minutes, Avon's actually been at this location for well over 100 years in the village of Suffern. As you may remember, we came before this board a few months ago to discuss a proposal to modify the pilot, payment in lieu of taxes agreement that was entered into by several governmental entities in 2003, including the Village, the Suffern School District, and the Rockland Industrial Development Agency, or IDA, among others. And we'll get into a little more detail on that in a moment. But the goal of this request was for Avon to try to sell the parcel on the west side of Washington, known as the Nail Enamel Building, because at one time they made nail enamel in that building. It has morphed into more of a warehouse facility, as you'll hear about in a few minutes, but that was the original use, so that's the name that kind of stuck. You can go to the next slide. So I'm on the third slide now, entitled Tax Lot Subdivision. So in June of 2019, the Suffern Planning Board approved our request for a minor 2-lot subdivision, essentially creating 2 zoning lots and 2 tax lots. So the tax lot on the left side, labeled any building and parking lot, is the parcel that we are asking to remove from the remaining term of the pilot agreement. And the parcel on the right side, the yellow surrounding, is to be retained by Avon as its global innovation center and kept in the pilot agreement for the rest of the term of the agreement. And what I'd like to do now is bring Michelle up for a couple of moments, just go through some background, and then I'll come back and give you some more information about the pilot agreement and the proposed purchaser. And we have our full team here tonight and would love to answer any questions that might arise from the board regarding this request this evening. Michelle, if you would mind.
Good evening.
As many of you know, Avon has been in... I apologize. So as you may know, Avon has been in Suffern for well over 100 years. In 2003, Avon entered into a pilot agreement, which is the payment in lieu of taxes. Is that better? I apologize. With the Rockland County IDA. That allowed us to receive tax benefits in order for us to stay within Rockland County and to stay within the village of Suffern. In 2005, the construction of the state-of-the-art Suffern R&D Innovation Center was completed, and we then demolished one of the buildings that was pre-existing. Since that time, there has been a lot of downturn with Avon's corporate business, which then in turn, in 2016, required us to split a portion of our business to become two entities. One, New Avon LLC, which is the North America business, and then the other would be Avon Products Incorporated, which is what still resides here in Suffern. In 2017, we also had a little bit more change where we relocated our corporate headquarters from Manhattan to the UK. Then again in 2019, which I was a part of, was the sale of our Rye facility, unfortunately resulting in a number of job losses. Avon, as you can see, in the current years has gone through considerable change. We then started entering into an arrangement with Natura and Company, where they then started to identify underperforming assets in the beginning of 2019, which prompted us to then look at that nail enamel building as an underperforming asset for Avon and the potential for economic growth within the organization to make us more marketable to Natura. Unfortunately, as you're well aware, that deal fell through with the village for the sale by the end of the year. So that's where we are today. 2020, we are very pleased to announce that we've just recently been purchased by Natura and Company. The deal closed on Friday. Avon and Natura were on the stock exchange this morning, ringing the bell and bringing Natura and Company and Avon together as one. It is a very exciting time for Avon, but we still do have these goals to set the nail enamel building up for sale with our intended purchaser. It is a wonderful opportunity for the village, and Seth is going to talk a little bit more about that. But we have, again, Josie Adams here from our executive team at Avon. If there's any further questions about the merger, we are, like I said, very excited about this, and we look to bring additional opportunities to Suffern.
I actually have one question. I don't know if you can answer it, but during our negotiations, initially it was disclosed that you needed to close the deal by 12/31. So what has changed on that?
We have had to readjust our goals because we couldn't make that mark. Our corporate goals were to close by the end of the year. Those goals have had to be recalibrated.
Okay. Thank you.
We went back a slide to the existing warehouse space. This is the nail enamel build, what we refer to as the nail enamel parcel. These are photographs of the inside of the building. The right side of the screen is the warehouse space prior to us clearing the building out in anticipation of the sale of the facility. It is a large warehouse space with a small office suite in the front of the building.
That was slide 4, we did start on slide 5. Timeline, now we're on slide 6, which I'll run through briefly. So just very briefly, I'd like to just go through a couple of key points about the pilot agreement from September 2003, to which, of course, the village is one of the parties. The agreement set forth a total payment for real estate taxes every year through 2024. We're currently in year 17 of the agreement, and despite the decision to sell the nail enamel parcel, which is about 15.8% of the overall land area, Avon has agreed to keep the total pilot payments the same as they are, notwithstanding the sale of that portion of the property. Avon has also agreed, at the request of the school board, to increase the letter of credit that was originally posted for the $479,000, the year one payment, to the current year payment. The purpose of that letter of credit, which has been kept current, is in the event, which has never happened and we don't anticipate ever happening, that Avon could not make the payments, the taxing municipalities could draw on that letter of credit for the remaining 5 years of the pilot agreement.
Just for the record, I believe that the Village of Suffern made that reference to increasing the letter of credit.
Okay.
Yes.
I heard about it from the attorney for the school board. But
Yes, that was one of our concerns.
In any event, we've agreed to do that.
Correct.
And then this next slide just breaks down how these pilot payments work. We think it's just by way of information, we think it's important to note that as you may expect, the school district gets about 64.5% of the total. That's their normal allocation of everyone's real estate taxes that pays taxes in the village. The village gets about 28% or so, and then the town and the county get a very small percentage of the total payment. And we just broke this down a couple of different ways. For this year, the total is $572,000. The village gets just under $162,000 of that payment. About $25,500 of that is attributable to the nail enamel parcel, but as I mentioned, that payment would not be reduced. So if we go to the next slide, the benefits of the sale by Avon to the private party, which we're proposing the board approve, is there's a guarantee that the tax revenue to the village and the other entities will not decline. Plus, once the property comes out of the pilot agreement, we can immediately go back on the tax roll and be assessed at current value. So the additional tax revenue for all of the entities, including the village, the school district, the town, and the county. You also have the creation of approximately 25 new jobs in the village with a financially sound and growing for-profit business with a similar use of the property for warehouse and office as Avon had used the nail enamel parcel. The proposed purchaser, as I mentioned, is National Art and School Supplies. They're a wholesaler and distributor to school districts and governmental entities. Their gross annual revenue is approximately $30 million a year, and their plan would be to consolidate 2 existing facilities, one of which is actually in New Jersey, to this location. And as I mentioned, their CEO, Lee Blefwitz, is here this evening and is happy to answer any questions that the board may have about their company or their operations and how they anticipate continuing to use this facility for warehouse purposes. In conclusion, we're asking the Board of Trustees to approve the amendment of the pilot to remove the nail enamel parcel from the agreement, which will allow the IDA to then transfer title back to Avon, so Avon could then sell this property to a viable for-profit third-party purchaser to invest in the village and bring 25 or so jobs to the Village of Suffern. That is our presentation. We want to keep it brief but give you some information. but we would like to answer any questions, and hopefully this is something that we can discuss further either during the workshop or on your regular agenda to work toward hopefully approval from this board of this request.
I wish we were really made aware of that recalibration that you stated, that there would be a possibility of us to go back to the school board and renegotiate with the school board. Knowing this now, if we would have known that earlier, that deadline was going to be pushed out further, there would have been a possibility for us to possibly acquire it. I mean, there were a lot of people that were interested in acquiring this piece of property for the economic development of the village of Suffern. So initially in our negotiations, it was a hard stop at 12/31. And now
that was, as you know, that was a key business term of the contract of sale between the village and Avon, and unfortunately, that requirement could not be met by the required deadline in the contract. So the contract failed by its terms.
Right.
Unfortunately.
It could have been amended, but here nor there. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Avon or Seth?
I have a question, yes.
Yes.
So, Lucha, are they considering this a sale or a merge? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize this. So, is Lucha considering this a sale?
Pull it closer.
I don't think it's on. Any better?
Yeah.
Any better?
If necessary in the future, if I can, you want to have that mic come off. As you had
All right, wait, thank you.
Okay, so I'll try and speak loud. So,
Right on it.
I have to get that close? That's a little silly. So, is Nutra considering this a merge with Avon or an actual purchase of Avon?
I'm sorry, you're referring to Natura?
Yes, Natura.
Josie, if you were...
Right, is it considered a complete sale of Avon or just a merge in the industry? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Will we have an opportunity to speak with the new owners?
Natura.
Questions you would have, but again, it was just finalized today. We're still the current leadership of the site. There's no question you have.
So would we be able to revisit the village acquiring this piece of property?
That was denied unanimously by the Suffern Central School District School Board.
They said that they felt rushed.
Well,
now there's no rush.
Well, there is still time pressure to get this done as soon as possible. We missed, unfortunately, that deadline. My understanding is the timing was not the prime issue that the school board had. It was more about at the end of the pilot, the property would be non-taxable because it would be owned by a governmental entity. That was my understanding. That was the main concern that the school district had expressed.
I just don't think you're going to the timeline and the ability for the school district to absorb the information and the strategic plan that the Village of Suffern had in place. I think they needed a fuller, deeper understanding of our position, which they...
You're the ones that made the presentation.
You're absolutely right. We did make that presentation under the timeline of the 12/31 hard stop.
Well, they were not convinced clearly because they voted on the spot to deny it.
And we did go back to the school district to see if we could reopen that discussion, and they did deny it. You are correct.
Yes, so I understand the question. We're looking forward to this proposal and asking you to consider this proposal to amend the pilot, which, of course, the school board would also have to approve, as would the county and the town. The
Correct.
IDA in August already has approved this concept of taking the Nail and Elm parcel out of the pilot agreement, and they've been very supportive, and we're asking the board to consider this request that's before you this evening.
Right, just so the board has full understanding of it, is that the village, the county, the town and the school district all have to agree on the amendment of the pilot.
That's right.
Any other questions from the board?
I just had a almost irrelevant sort of question. I know you mentioned that the corporate headquarters had relocated in 2017 to the UK. Now with the new purchase by Natura, does that stay in the UK or does that move to Brazil, or what happens exactly?
You're asking the same questions everybody's asking in the building right now. Josie, maybe you can come. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. All right. It doesn't matter necessarily to this presentation, but I was
Yeah, it is. I understand why you're asking, but it's not particularly relevant to this
I agree.
proposal, but it's a fair question. And that is literally being worked out on conference.
The piece for us here is the more efficient our R&D in the U.S. can be, even though we do have a U.S. business, the more likely it is we can keep our jobs here in Suffern and keep our R&D here.
Yeah.
That's why there's a time limit. The more time goes on, the less, attractive it looks.
Okay. Any further questions from the board?
If any of the entities do not agree to this, the status quo is what will remain?
Yes, and that's the way the agreement is written from 2003. Every taxing jurisdiction has to approve any amendment to the pilot. And we were well down that road before the school board denied the last request. And that led to, and I must note, and for the benefit of the new members in particular, this is not a new proposal. There were discussions before the village expressed their interest in buying the property. We had talked to the board about a sale to a third party. The village expressed a very strong interest, which is why the $3 million in bonds were authorized. And then, unfortunately, at the December 3rd school board meeting is when one of the entities, as Trustee Barone points out, said no. That made that deal not possible.
Thank you.
Is it possible someone from the school supply distributor could just come up and just kind of give an overview of your business?
Sure.
How long you've been in business? Okay, great.
Sure. This
Thank
is
you.
Lieb Lefkowitz. He is the CEO and principal of the company.
Hi, my name is Lieb Lefkowitz. What question do you want to know?
Just how long have you, has this company been in existence?
Number one, if the sale gets approved, the first thing we'll do, we'll donate a new speaker system over here. So it'll be beneficial for everybody. We sell that kind of stuff as well. We are since 1999 open. We have two locations. We have our main location is in New Jersey. And we have in Muncie down the road on the Rabbit Pit Drive. We have also a warehouse. Rahway.
All right, please let Mr. Lefkowitz speak.
Okay, so you said Rahway and Monroe, New York?
Rahway and Muncie, New York.
Oh, Muncie, I'm sorry.
And we sell for all of the states. We do basically bids for the Board of Education. We sell for Suffern also. I don't know if you guys knows about it, but we sell for Suffern also. And we have approximately like $30 million sales a year. We have a lot of blue-collar workers and white-collar workers. And what else?
Would there be bringing jobs into the village of Suffern?
Sure. We as of now employ 25 people. And it will be also new Suffern jobs as well, because I believe the blue-collar workers from New Jersey will not come along, so probably they will have to hire new people from Suffern. And that's it.
What do you foresee the economic, the environmental impact being here on the village?
The good part is because since we sell all over the states, we don't have a lot of activity because, for example, it comes like one big UPS truck on the day, and you fill them up with all the multiple states. We don't have more than maximum 5 trucks a day.
What types of trucks?
It's mainly, I would say, one UPS truck, one FedEx truck, and like one Estes, one YRC. You know, you have those.
So they deliver all those supplies into your warehouse, into the warehouse facility?
Deliveries, we get that large. You get like 1 or 2 containers.
Okay, so you get containers coming into the warehouse initially with all the supplies?
Correct.
And how many containers do you expect to come into this facility?
I will average it like 3-4 a week.
3 or 4 containers a week?
Average.
So that's like a tractor-trailer size type vehicle?
Yeah.
And then 5 trucks, UPS, FedEx, whomever, a day?
Southwest, they use that kind of carrier for the, all different parts of the different carriers. But
right.
So it's not like for each delivery comes a different truck. You fill up the truck. You fill up a YRC truck, I don't know if you guys are aware, or Estes, or JB Hunt, you know how it works.
Right. Okay.
If somebody wants to come, we are only 2 miles away. We are at Rabbit Pit. It's it's an office building, by the way. And nobody complains that we interrupt anybody. We're in the back of the big office building, Rabbit Pit Drive?
Which building? I'm sorry.
Rabbit Pit Drive. There's a big office building.
Rabbit Pit Drive?
Rabbit Pit Drive. It's
yes.
off the Route 59?
Yes. Okay.
And I'm sorry, are these minimum wage jobs, or, it's approximate wages on these?
I would say it's a mixture. No, it's a mixture. We have like the warehouse people, average pay is like $50K. And then we have the high-end people who do the bidding, they do that kind of stuff.
You mentioned the word UPS trucks,
yes.
So forth. Now, when you're saying a UPS truck, do you mean the type that we might see coming to our home making a home delivery, or are you talking about a big tractor-trailer UPS truck?
Depends on the season. So a regular day, it comes the same one you see, and just fill it up. They come like 5:30 at the end of the day, empty the truck, and just you fill it up. And by the June-July season, it comes like a 24 box. No, you never get trailers. So you can put in like 12 pallets.
Did you happen to look at any other facilities in the village of Suffern or surrounding area that would be able to accommodate you?
To be honest, it's very tough these times to find warehouses. And happen to be, I love Suffern because I live in Muncie, and I feel Suffern is a safe place.
I'm just thinking of warehousing and overall in general, if there is available warehousing. I mean, are you looking at any other locations now? Or have you?
The last 3 years, I have like a whole list of locations I've seen, I've checked, but I like this place the best because it's not far from my house. And I believe I'll find good employees over here because I have 7 kids, all of them in Suffern Hospital. Nobody never told me something not appropriate. I mean, it's a beautiful place to be.
Yeah, thank you.
And I love it.
Sure is.
So why should I go somewhere else?
Just asking. No, I'm not saying to go somewhere else. I just wanted to know the inventory of warehousing.
No, I'm just telling you, I love this place. I mean, I know a lot of Jewish people have businesses over here, and they're all very happy. I mean, and I'll tell you other places, in New Jersey, other places, they're not so happy. Omaha, you should be proud. It's a good place.
I'm just, forgive me, I'm thinking about the building and the loading dock, and you mentioned large trucks. Is that recessed sufficiently that the truck isn't sticking out on the road? You do with large containers?
I went with the laser and checked it as well. You have enough room for
We are currently housing non-hazardous waste over there, and it gets picked up fairly frequently. We use this as excess storage for our main facility, and we have tractor trailers in there for the similar amount of use that the intended purchaser would be using it for. So we are the dock is more than capable. There's 3 docks. One is at ground level. The other are like loading bay type of docks, and the one dock has a lift on it that's fully operational. So it is very capable to handle what the intended use is for.
Okay, thank you.
In your current use as a warehouse, you were implying that you already have this kind of traffic coming in and out. Is that like the same sort of quantity of traffic that the new business would have, or is it a very different amount? Or?
No, it's very similar.
So there wouldn't be a change in terms of the amount of traffic or
It would be very similar to what we're currently.
So I don't believe they would like
So if everything were to go through, the only anticipated additional traffic, we'll call it, would be the additional employees, because there's nobody from Avon currently really working in that building, correct?
We have quite a few members of the Avon staff that do work in that building regularly, but they park in the main facility and walk over.
I see.
So they would require some parking during the day for their employees, if that's what you're asking.
Well, it's more, I was just curious how much more traffic of people and business and trucks coming through, because obviously, there's a concern about the downtown area, and increasing the traffic in that area would be a concern. That's all. So I'm trying to just get a sense of a comparable, what it is today versus potentially with a new owner. Okay, I was concerned about traffic, what it would, what it is today versus what it would be in the future. That's all.
The warehouse people usually they don't own cars. They come with train or buses. For example, now Monty, they come with the green bus. One live in Nyack, one live in Nanit. So they don't usually come with the cars. It's not. And the office people usually leave at 5, and the warehouse people leave at 7. So I believe you're not going to see any suddenly 9:01, 20 cars zooming in. That's not the way. I hope it should be, but they don't come through. So.
And it's an 8-hour operation, as you're indicating, during the day?
No, the warehouse people work usually, I would say, 10 hours a day. They don't want to get the overtime. Yeah.
But not overnight?
No, we don't know overnight.
Right.
Never.
But I believe also the truck traffic and the container traffic would be a bit heavier now than what we currently experience.
I don't know what's now, but I'm telling you, I'm in back of like 100,000 square feet office building. Anybody can check 21 Rabbit Pit Drive. You can check on your phones. It's a big, beautiful office building, and we're like in the back of the building, so it's passing all the cars and people. I never had an issue. I mean, it's we don't have a lot of activity because it's split it that way. That you understand? You have only 2, 3, 4 trucks.
Right.
Picking up, you're just filling up the truck.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? No, not at this time. Okay, if the public would like, please come up, state your name, and ask the question to the board, please.
Jim Giannatino, 2 Memorial Drive. I know the pilot is going to continue to 2024. If this building is sold to the applicant, will they be paying taxes?
The applicant will, we're going to answer that question specifically in regards to the pilot. We also have Steve Porath here from the county. Steve, if you can, if Seth doesn't address it properly, or can you help him out?
Well,
thank you.
I can address from the businesses that would be purchasing and operating are all for-profit LLCs and for-profit corporations. They would all be subject to real estate tax. I have no reason to think that once the property was out of the pilot, it would be assessed by the town assessor as any other taxable piece of property would be taxed.
Yeah, but my question was during the pilot, will they be paying taxes?
Yes, because the proposal is to keep the pilot in effect for the main facility for 5 more years. This parcel comes out of the pilot, so during that 5 years, it's fair game. It's a taxable piece of property. No, the proposal is to take this piece out of it now, make it taxable now. We'll keep paying the full amount for the rest of the 5 years under the pilot. But as if we hadn't sold it, we pay the full amount. And there'll be tax on top of that.
And at the same time, making them whole if there is a difference.
Right.
Making the taxing entities whole if there is a difference or a reduction in taxes as versus the piece coming out of the pilot. It's staying in the pilot. If you go with the sale, everyone will be made whole.
Yes. You will not get less than...
You will not get less than, right.
And we believe it could be significantly more.
Correct.
But that's up to the assessor.
Right.
But yes.
So, excuse me, Mr. Madden.
I'm not done, unfortunately. I'm not done, unfortunately. I can probably talk without the mic. Okay. Over the years, Avon has changed in many ways, as you made in your presentation. when you downsized from a production facility to an R&D, you lost a lot of employees. Is that a correct statement? Yes. Okay. Under the terms of the pilot, it stated if the employees decreased, you had to notify all entities involved in the pilot because it could have caused a break in the pilot. You never did it for that. Okay, would you specify what the numbers that were required was?
We file that update every year. And for clarification, the manufacturing facility had moved prior to entering this pilot agreement for the R&D facility.
The employees had moved out before the pilot, before 2003?
Yes.
It's not the way I read the pilot.
The manufacturing shops have moved prior.
Jim, as we reviewed all of these finer details in the agreement, and they did uphold their end of the agreement.
Of course, there were a couple of other specifications in there. I hope you did look at them, because I had looked at them and brought them to your attention.
Yes, and we did. Thank you.
How we doing? Michael Curley. In 2003, Avon came to Suffern and pretty much said, hey, we're in trouble, we need help from you. Will you residents take less taxes than you rightfully deserve? Suffern, because they wanted the jobs and the taxes, we went along and we did it. Suffern people were good, the board voted for it, and it was agreement made between the IDA, I guess that's the president up there, the nice gentleman there, and the town of Ramapo, the county, the village, and the school district, okay? In that deal that was done in 2003, they probably paid about 30% of what they should have paid over the years. So every one of you have been paying for this since 2003. Now, there's an agreement here that says what happens if Avon wants to sell, okay? So we did a big favor. We did the right thing years ago. Now they're coming to us again saying, hey, we're being bought out. Or we were bought out. I think it was the third, actually, the signing. And they're saying, can you give us another break? Can we take that money, okay? Well, my contention is, in this agreement, it tells you if they want to sell, they can sell. But and based on what the lawyer, I went to the village here, I went to the school board meetings also, the lawyer said, if they break it, we get about $4 million, not the village total. We have 28.5% of $4 million. Let's call it 1.4. The school district gets about 2 point something. The village, the school, the town, the other ones get about 4% each, okay? So if they want to sell, they can go ahead and sell. We get about 1.4 million. The school district gets about 2.4 million. But to give another favor at the expense of the taxpayers of Suffern makes no sense to me whatsoever. So I ask you don't vote for this.
That had so many inaccuracies, I really don't know where to begin, but I'll hit the big ones. The whole concept, and I'm sure Mr. Parath could give a master class on this, the whole idea of IDAs, the reason New York State legislature created them, is to create jobs and create economic investment in communities and Rockland County in specifically. When the pilot was entered into, it was after approval by the IDA. All of the taxing entities agreed to it as part of a package of benefits. It's done all over New York State to encourage job creation, retain companies. Avon had been in Suffern for 100 years at that point, and we're not asking for a favor, we're asking for an amendment to the existing agreement with no reduction in what we're required to pay for the next 5 years, and we believe will be a significant increase in taxes, investment, jobs, and a new employer in town. So that is what we are asking for, and that was the purpose in 2003, to retain Avon and have a state-of-the-art global R&D facility in the village of Suffern. Just to clarify those points. Thank you.
I strongly disagree with this gentleman, okay? It outlines in this agreement that they sign what should be done, okay? So all we gotta do is get our lawyers to look at it, okay? If it's Mr. Rice, Mr. Magrino, let them look at it and tell us what it says. I'm telling you I read it. I'm telling you this gentleman already admitted in front of, go look at the school board meeting. He already said that if they break it, they're not asking for an amendment, they're breaking it, they're selling it. That is actually described, it's talked about, whether they lease or buy.
I believe, that Mr. Curley, I
apologize to the mayor. I apologize.
That's fine.
I'm going to look at you, sir.
That's fine.
I'm going to look at you, okay? All right? The county does. There is a general purpose for that, okay? But we did our favor already. And the IDA does not get money either way on this, and I understand the purpose of it, okay? But if the new company is going to leave, they're going to leave. Let's just have the whole package as one, okay? If they want to get away from the property, let them give it to Suffern, okay? Maybe then we'll give $1 million to the school district. We'll get them to do it. Let's make a deal some way, okay? Because you're talking about, I'm not saying it's not a good thing for the village of Suffern to buy. I'm not saying don't even consider it, okay? I think that price they were selling you was a ripoff.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Curley?
No, you don't want to.
Seth Mandelbaum was not at the school board hearing.
I'm sorry.
Seth Mandelbaum, number one, was not at the school board. Number two, Avon has absolutely zero intention of breaking the pilot agreement. And
Correct.
In this process, we have done everything by that contract, by the law, and in conjunction with the Rockland County IDA to retain Avon in Suffern and to continue our viability within this village.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions from the board? Thank you for your presentation this evening. We will, this is the workshop meeting. If you have anything else to
No,
address
we'll
the
be
board.
here for your regular meeting.
Okay,
in 10 minutes.
great. Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
Thank you. Next, we have the public hearing, the continuation of the December 2nd, 2019 public hearing to consider a local law to amend Section 254 of the Code of the Village of Suffern entitled Vehicle and Traffic. Mr. Magrino?
Right. Good evening. This is the workshop portion.
Correct, right. Yes.
Right. So with respect to the public hearings, just going to ask that we're not going to workshop those. We'll address it as part of the public hearing.
So we'll do that with all of the V and T?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Fire Department, Chief Lepore.
Good evening. Just have a couple things. We're going to, we have one new member for the hook and ladder. We have one new member for the hook and ladder. Cheyenne Saccone, she'll be an over 18 member. We'll have to get her on the insurance. We can vote on it during the regular meeting. And we want to authorize the Suffern Hose Company to hold their annual football fundraiser on January 19th, 2020.
Okay.
And then...
Where is that going to be?
What?
Location.
At the hose company.
Oh, at the hose company?
At the hose company. And then we'd like to discuss the new 19 tanker.
Okay.
What's happening going
What's the
forward.
status?
Well, the bid proposal was only good for 90 days.
Right.
They held it to this meeting. We talked to the guy. At the next meeting, they're going to give you a new proposal. I mean, the price is just going to go up.
Right, okay.
So we need to know what you want to do. We've had meetings with everybody. The committee did their research. We spent 15 months doing it. So we had meetings with the mayor. We had meetings with the trustees. If you had any questions, So now it's up to you guys to vote on replacing the truck.
Right.
So.
Does the board have any questions for the chief in regards to the new pumper? Okay, everybody's comfortable with that. How long is the bid price good for?
Well, it was good for 90 days. They held it. We talked to.
When did the 90 days expire?
I think it expired the 27th.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he said he was holding it till this meeting. we'll talk to them some more to try to keep it the same, till next.
Yeah.
But we got to, we need some
direction.
some direction.
Okay, so does the board think that we're ready to vote on this purchase of the truck? Does anybody have any input?
No, I thought it was a great presentation.
Okay, that's what we need to hear.
Yeah.
Personally, I would like to see the board create, Personally, I would like to see the board create a section of our annual budget that addresses these sort of things so that they don't become sudden expenses. In other words, we spend a certain amount of money every certain number of years to purchase a new truck as they become obsolete. And from what I understand, there were 6 trucks total.
The Suffern Fire Department staffs six
trucks.
bigger fire trucks.
Correct. So on some sort of rotating basis, these 6 trucks periodically...
Like a replacement program, that's what we're talking about.
That's what I'm suggesting.
If you replace one every 4 years, the oldest one is 24 years old when you get rid of it.
Like personally, I would like to see the village board work towards having a replacement program.
Okay.
Perfectly worded.
Okay.
There. That's exactly the wording I was seeking. Thank you.
So we'll have the fire department draft that up also, because they did such an excellent presentation on the pumper. I'm sure they can put together a recommended replacement program for all of their equipment. I know, like the SCBA's, we were on that replacement program. We could do it for the trucks. We could do it for probably anything.
That's fine.
Right.
No problem.
Chief, when's the last time we bought a new truck?
So last time we bought a new truck was the 99. It was approximately 3 years ago or 4 years ago.
We bought a new truck 3 or 4 years ago?
No, it had to be longer.
Oh, EQ was 2015. Sorry.
Right. Yep.
As it is now, this truck that's being replaced, there was 2 replacement schedules and both of them got pushed off. This truck got pushed back twice already.
So if you could provide an overview, since we have so much of the public here, would you like to provide an overview of the truck that we would like to replace and the condition of it?
Yeah, the pumper we'd like to replace, it's a 1993. So it'll be 26, 27 years old by the time the new one would arrive. It takes approximately 9 months to a year to build one. The truck now, the American LaFrance company, they went out of business, so you can't buy body parts for the truck anymore. If you had to replace any body parts, they have to be custom made. The windows don't go up and down on it. It doesn't have any heat anymore. It doesn't have any air conditioning anymore. The truck it's served its life, very well for the village of Suffern, but it's time to move on. We need to update it.
So the fire department, I think Captain Bernardsky, Chief Lepore, and the other chief there.
Deputy Chief Calfa.
Sorry, Chief Calfa put on a great presentation, a PowerPoint presentation to the entire board, specifying the necessity of the new truck, the new safety requirements, and the failing and aging old truck that is 26 years old now, or something along those lines.
1993.
So, and how it actually interacts with insurances in the village, the ISO ratings. You could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, the ISO, Insurance Services Organizations, they rate fire departments. They come in every few years and they go through everything in the firehouse and rate the fire department. The Village of Suffern is rated a 3, it's classified as a 3. So we are in like the 70th percentile of fire departments in the United States. 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. So Village of Suffern is a 3, and it reduces your insurance ratings, it reduces your commercial ratings, the closer you are to a 1. So in order to keep the 3, the Village of Suffern has to staff 3 engines. 3 engines, this being one of them, would have to be replaced. So that's what we're trying to...
Mr. Janito, can you speak to the financing and the appropriate financing, how we would pursue this?
Mayor, if the board approves the purchase of the truck, we would issue or go to our bond council for a bond resolution and authorizing us to issue bonds for the purchase of the truck. As the chief had said, the truck is going to take up to a year to come in, so it wouldn't have an immediate impact on our current budget or even next year's budget, because we would probably take out the money next year at some point, and then the first payment comes out a year after that.
It's probably 3 years down the road.
Yeah, we would finance with a long-term bond.
Okay.
How many years do you predict something like that, some sort of purchase like that has how many years typically for the bonding?
The local finance law sets the number of years, and I don't know it offhand, but it's probably between 15 and 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, it takes 9 months to a year from when you sign the contract,
Okay.
for the truck to come in, so whenever that is. That's all I have, unless you guys have any more questions.
The only thing I wanted to mention was I did speak to Fred, and although it could be a long shot, but Fred had mentioned, and he spoke with Mike Gino, that we might have some time to get some granted money in for it. I understand that we're, part of the lower state and have a little bit more income, but it certainly doesn't hurt to try.
With that being
It
said,
doesn't have anything to do with the sale or the vote or anything such as that. We can put in the grant paperwork, Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, that we would have time to do that, and it wouldn't affect anything that we need to do to secure the truck.
if we went ahead with bonding the truck and ordering the truck, and then saying if a grant came through, utilize that.
Correct.
The grant we're talking about is a FEMA grant. It's called the Assistance to Firefighter Grant, and it's a national-wide grant in which you compete competitively against other municipalities, cities, jurisdictions for a limited amount of money. Through further due diligence, if you've begun to spec the truck, you do not qualify for the grant. Additionally, fire trucks are generally around $1 million purchase. They're very expensive. And what they like to do, FEMA, with this grant is they like to give the fire truck awards to more isolated communities. In other words, we're considered a rather rich community, and we're only 20 miles north of Midtown Manhattan. And there's communities even in upstate New York where they have one fire truck, which will be a second-hand fire truck that has to service an area of maybe 100 miles. So they really try to award the fire trucks, the majority of them, to these more rural type communities versus a more populous area where we have multiple trucks.
Right. I didn't know about the specking thing.
Yeah.
I should have asked you before I brought it up.
Okay.
I didn't follow up with you, sorry.
Any other questions? Does the board look favorably upon moving forward and presenting a resolution with the terms and the agreement that we have? Would they look favorably upon it?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes? Yes. Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about it, but the board will look favorably upon that resolution being moved forward. We do not have one prepared at this time, but we will. So keep in discussion with the sales agent. I forgot his name. What's his name?
Yeah.
Right. So we look favorably upon it, and if it needs a special meeting to convene to pass the resolution and to seek bond counsel and work through that, it would be we'd move on it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you. Quick on the culture and recreation. We don't want to say it twice, but we'll be going into a regular meeting. If you want to just hold off on it, or is there something in particular that you would like?
If there's any questions, or otherwise I can wait to go to the board meeting.
No question. Okay.
Then I'll come back.
Yes, thank you. Same thing with the grant writer. You want to present in a regular meeting? Thank you, Mr. Rella. Police Department update? Anything of urgency? Oh, you can hold off to the regular meeting.
I would also switch to Department of Public Works, do the discussion on the order on consent and H, G, and H, which be F, G, and H.
For the regular meeting?
Now, because we're also...
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, Department of Public Works, Mr. Zawicki, if we could just review for the workshop F, G, and H, so the EFC approvals, the consent modification, and the consent signing.
All right. There has been a negotiations. We've have members from Delaware Engineering here who have, along with the village, have negotiated the new consent order, milestone consent order dates.
Talking to the mic.
Can't hear me?
There you go.
Okay.
They can't hear you in the back.
Okay. So, as I mentioned, Delaware Engineering, along with the Village of Suffern, have negotiated new milestone dates for the consent order for the wastewater treatment plant. And that'd be requiring the mayor's signature. Does everyone have a copy of the
Well, we just wanted to speak to the points of that, the engineering reports and the EFC approval. So I know Fred Relly's here, along with the grant that we received for the project.
Okay, yeah, well,
Rob and Mary Beth, if you guys...
Mary Beth is here, she could...
There you go.
The greater detail? Okay, thank you.
So it's very exciting news at the same time for the Village of Suffern. So, Mary Beth.
So I'm kind of loud. You can probably hear me pretty well. So my name is Mary Beth Bianconi. I work with Delaware Engineering, and we've been helping the village for the last year with the wastewater treatment plant. I've brought with me our senior engineer, Robert Flores, and we're now at the really exciting part of this meeting. We're going to talk about sewers. It's my favorite topic. So what I just handed out to the board is, and I'm sorry, I didn't know we had PowerPoint, or I would have had one for everyone. Is just a little summary of what I'm calling the recent history of the wastewater treatment plant. Folks may not be aware of this. Your treatment plant was originally built in the 1930s, so just yesterday. Its most recent upgrade was in the 1980s, which is a long time ago now. We've been here working with the village for about a year. But I do want to mention that the village has been working on the wastewater treatment plant in earnest since 2011. So it's been a long time, and we're finally at a point where we have some really exciting news. This past year, our efforts have been focused on developing a solution to how we're going to have a sustainable, long-term wastewater treatment system here in the community. People may be surprised to know that you own 25 miles of sewer pipes here. That's a lot of infrastructure under the ground. You have a very large and complex wastewater treatment plant in your community that is aging. Just like your house or your car, it needs investment. And you're at a point where your treatment plant needs investment. Quite a lot of investment. They're expensive. It's big. You can look at it on Google Earth and see all the nice little tanks and things that are there. But you're at a point where you need to make improvements to extend the useful life of what you have and to meet regulatory requirements. So that's been our focus for the past year in working with village staff and the operators, has been on coming up with a solution, and then also, so there's sort of the how do we make it work side of things, but then more importantly is the what are we going to pay for, because it's expensive. So this past year we prepared an engineering report. There are doorstops. you sort of buy them by the pound to a degree. They meet requirements for how we're going to comply with rules and regulations. And the purpose of preparing that engineering report was two parts. One was because the village is required to do that by the state, by the Department of Environmental Conservation. The nice ladies that were here before talking about the Climate Smart Communities program. We're talking about the DEC. It's the same agency that regulates your wastewater treatment plant. So they require this engineering report. But in addition to that, these engineering reports are used to justify seeking financing for these kinds of projects. We're very fortunate in New York State that we have a very aggressive low-cost financing and series of grant programs here. And so we're very excited to announce that the village has been awarded a grant of $2.25 million towards this project. That's really good. Congratulations.
That's a round of applause. That's worth a round of applause. $2.25 million grant that we worked hard and diligently with, along with Delaware Engineering, Mr. Stephen Lejoy, who put together an operational excellence program, who presented to the DEC, and we continue on this mission to rehab our wastewater facility. And I want to thank everybody that was involved in that project. Thank you very much. And it's showing, the fruits of our labor are showing here with the grant award.
Absolutely. A lot of hard work. And since I know this is a long meeting and I won't go into all of the details, but the board does have, and when we come back, we'll do this, but we have a little color picture of the wastewater treatment plant with all the goodies that need to be done with it. There's also a project cost estimate at this point. We haven't designed anything. We don't have construction bids, but we do a lot of this work. Delaware Engineering's been around for about 30 years. I've been with the company for 23. I'm a partner and principal in the firm. We are working here in the county. We also work over in Orange County. If you read the newspaper, you may have seen my name a few times relative to the Orange County wastewater treatment plant. That's one of our projects. We do a lot of this. This last round of grants, we applied for 11 grants. We received 10 of them. It's a total of about $55 million in project costs, with about $21 million in financing, and you guys are part of that. So good movement forward. In addition to a grant, one of the most expensive things that we have to pay for with a wastewater treatment plant is debt service, because grants don't pay for everything. There's always going to be a portion of the project that has to be borrowed. The money is bonded or borrowed. And as you guys may be aware, when you buy a car or you finance your house, the interest rate has a big effect on what you pay, the amount of money that you have to pay back. The village, in addition to receiving a grant for $2.25 million, and for those who are following along in the packet, this is the page with the green line in the middle of it. This is something called the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. This is a program that's operated by the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation, and it offers market rate, low cost, and zero interest financing to communities across the state to support what they call clean water. They don't like to call it sewage, but clean water projects, which are really those that are treating our wastewater. And one of the things that the board will see is that on this sheet of paper that I gave you, which is like page 15 out of a booklet, the Village of Suffern's project is listed just above something called the subsidy line. They literally take all of the projects in the state, rank them based on their environmental impact that they will have. They start with the one that has the most impact, go to the one that has the least. They say, how much money do we have to give away? And they run down the list based on those demands. The Village's project is very fortunately listed one slot above what's called the subsidy line. So that means that when the village goes to turn this wastewater project, a borrowing portion of the project, into long-term debt, the interest rate will be 50% of market rate. Right now, that's less than 2% interest. That's great. So that's a pretty darn good deal.
Yep.
So again, congratulations to everybody. Lots of hard work to get there. So, this all sounds really good, but kind of like what the nice gentleman from the fire department was saying, these projects, they creep along at a snail's pace. They take a very long time to happen. As Charles was saying, there's a bunch of different components to this. One of this is something called a consent order. When a wastewater treatment plant is no longer able to do what it's supposed to do to meet environmental regulations, generally speaking, what happens is a municipality will enter into an agreement with the state that says, all right, we recognize that we need to make improvements, and here's a schedule on which we'll make those improvements. The village has had a number of schedules for this project. Most recently, the schedule that was in place, which was in place before we were here, has essentially expired. So a new schedule is required. The good news is that in working with the state and saying, listen, the village is committed to meeting its environmental obligations and providing sustainable wastewater to the community. There's not going to be a day that you all are going to stop taking your showers and flushing your toilets, and this is sort of one of those necessary evils. But the state was very willing to say that they would be flexible while the village sought this low-cost financing and grants that we were just speaking about. So they were willing to extend the schedule. So the current schedule now takes us out that through the year of 2020, which just began, Happy New Year, the design of the plant will happen. In 2021, in September, notice to proceed for construction has to be issued at least by then, if not before then. And then the construction on the treatment plant improvements has to be complete by May 31st of 2023, which sounds like a long time from now. But the reality is, if you guys can kind of think of, you may have seen those blueprints. You think of like architects walking around with blueprints. Well, my friend Robert over here is going to generate a set of prints for this thing that's going to be enormous. That takes a long time to do. So the design of the project will take about a year. Final approvals and bidding is probably around a 6-month timeline, and then construction is 15 to 18 months. One of the things that we have to think about is wastewater treatment plants kind of, like you can think about like big pools of water moving through, getting treated. We can't tell you all to stop flushing your toilets and taking showers while we're building things. So we have to keep the existing plant operating while we build a new one. So that's complicated, and that takes 15 to 18 months to do. So to meet that schedule, the last section of this, and then I know this is a long meeting, so I'm going to stop talking and answer questions, is a little schedule. It's a who, what, when schedule. It says what needs to be done by whom and when to meet this regulatory compliance schedule, and also to take advantage of the grants and the low-cost financing. The first thing that has to be done is that we have to engage in design of the wastewater treatment plant. We have to get that part going. We just talked a minute ago about that low-cost financing that's available. One of the really cool things about that program is not only does it provide long-term borrowing after you build the project, debt service, it also provides a bridge loan. So if anybody has ever built a house, you know that the process is sort of, you want to go buy the land, you hire the architect, you get the building permits, you need money. So you go to the bank and you say to the bank, well, someday in the future I want a mortgage for the house that doesn't exist that I'm about to build. So give me a loan for the short term, and once I'm done and we have the house, that's the collateral of the loan, and we have a long-term mortgage. Well, this program works exactly the same way. Short-term financing is available through this program, which the good news is that means that the village is not having to raise taxes to pay for the design and the construction of the treatment plant. A loan is available through the state to do that. Even better news is that the way the loan program works is that 50% of the amount of money that's borrowed is available to the village at no interest for the life of the borrowing for the short term. So free, 0% interest. don't we all wish we had access to this, right? The other 50% is available at very low cost. Today, these low-cost loans are closing at less than 0.7%, 0.7% interest for short-term borrowing. It's a heck of a deal. It's a really, really good deal. Now, with that, whenever you want to use someone else's money to do anything, you got to jump through hoops. So there are hoops to be jumped through. Those hoops would be happening in 2020 this year as we're designing and getting things lined up. But this schedule that I provided the board with kind of gives you a good overall, it's not super detailed, but it gives you a good overall view of how we can take advantage of the grant, the low-cost financing, and meet the regulatory compliance schedule. I know the mayor asked for an update on the engineering report. It was completed and submitted to the state in July. In addition to that, in December, an application for your state pollutant discharge elimination system permit, the one that you operate your wastewater treatment plant, that was also submitted.
All right.
So you're good there. And I've said a lot, so I'm going to stop.
You said a lot, and I'd like to also say and acknowledge our grant writer, Mr. Fred Rella, who worked tirelessly hand in hand with Delaware Engineering, and Mr. Michael Janito also on submittal of all of the detailed paperwork that was needed to be done, and thanks to Fred and Mike also.
Absolutely.
They really do deserve a big round of applause. It's $2.25 million. Some great work. We have a great team in place, and that's what we have to keep moving forward.
Great.
Does the board
have questions? Sorry.
Board have any questions? No. Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Janito, would you like to present, or would you like to wait for the... Okay. Trustees, discussion on the appointing of a chairperson to the Tree Advisory Board. Do you guys anybody have any recommendations for the chairperson, Tree Advisory Board? You want to hold...
I was suggesting that Sandy Stead be nominated, but I certainly defer to you, Mayor, to make that appointment or make the decision. I'm sorry. I was going to suggest that Sandy Stead be nominated for the position, but if the mayor has someone else in mind, I'm not.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Now, the nomination that was suggested was Miss Sandy Stead. Okay.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so I make a motion to appoint Sandy Stead to be the chairperson to the Tree Advisory Board.
I'll second.
So who first?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Mr. Barone and Ms. Corrigan? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Sandy. Okay, on my discussion end, I had the parking conditions overall in the village of Suffern. The F lot and the B lot are at full capacity, and the residents and merchants' concerns about the lack of parking in the Suffern Business District, Central Business District, is of concern, and that we're still exploring all different methods and concepts on how to accommodate parking throughout the village. Also, we're going to authorize we'll do this in a regular meeting, Steve Conley, the building inspector, and code enforcement officers to attend the Rockland County, New York State BOC seminar. And also up for discussion is authorizing Main Gate Productions to film God Friended Me Season 2 in the village of Suffern, January 13th through the 21st. Okay. Did I get it? All right, so let's just roll right into the regular Board of Trustees meeting. Let's see where we are. Do I have a separate?
It's attached.
This one.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Okay. Okay, so the upcoming events, the next workshop meeting will be held Tuesday, January 28th, 2020. And the regular meeting of the Village Board of Trustees will be held on Monday, February 3rd, 2020. Does anybody have any conflicts on the board? I gotta get this in too. Where's the resolution?
We don't have a resolution for April.
Yeah.
You can ask the board if they're inclined to consider it this evening. I didn't think they would be ready.
Okay. Okay, so we're back to the Avon pilot amendment. Would the board like to consider entering into an proceeding with a resolution authorizing the amendment to be, the pilot agreement to be amended? What would the board so choose to do? We don't have a resolution on the floor. Does the board have any particular feeling on this?
I mean, this is just presented tonight. I'd like to give us an opportunity to assess the proposal.
I'd like no action tonight.
No action?
Yes. I'm not prepared yet either.
Okay. Okay, so the board will not take action this evening?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a couple of brief comments?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Since this is the regular meeting, I'll once again introduce myself, Seth Mandelbaum, McCullough, Goldberger, and Stout on behalf of Avon. We appreciate very much your time this evening. Just a couple of points. As we discussed during the workshop, we see this as really a win-win for the village because you have two possibilities here for the next 5 years. Either a new viable for-profit business that's a continuation of a similar use to the warehouse use that's already there, or an empty warehouse building for the next 5 years. The taxes under the scenario we're proposing will not go down from the current pilot payment, can only go up. Plus you have investment in the village, approximately 25 jobs and everything else we talked about. And you know who the purchaser is, you know what they would like to do with the property. We think it's a great opportunity for all parties involved. It is clear to me and clear, I believe, to IDA and their counsel, who I've had many conversations with, that this is an amendment to the pilot agreement. It is not a recapture event. It is not a termination. It is a small portion of the overall property. And before we bid you adieu, I would ask if there are any specific issues or questions that you would like us to address that would put the board in a position to be able to hopefully vote to approve this at your next meeting. We're happy to provide any additional information, and if you want to think about it and contact our office or Michelle or Josie's office in the next couple of days, we're happy to get you that information well in advance of your next work session and your next regular meeting. But we would ask that either way, the board have a resolution, if appropriate, ready to be voted on at your next meeting.
Okay, we will take all of that under consideration and the board will further look into it.
Okay. We
Thank you very much.
Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Next is the public hearing. It's a continuation of the December 2nd, 2019 public hearing to consider a local law to amend Section 254 of the Code of the Village of Suffern entitled Vehicle and Traffic. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I motion.
Trustee Barone, Trustee Corrigan. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you and good evening. This is actually a continuation of a public hearing that's been going on. The proposal that is put forth tonight actually is different than what was previously provided. So while the public hearing was properly noticed and with the changes, however, I'm going to recommend that there be no vote tonight. There are a few items in here, and actually I'll defer to Ms. Paffenroth in terms of some of the items. She's a little more familiar with what the needs are, or the reasoning at least behind why the village is looking to make some of these changes. Some of them deal with specific time frame on parking, some to do with specific time frames in front of the Sheldon, for instance. And again, I'll ask Ms. Paffenroth to weigh in on that, and anyone from the public if they've had an opportunity to read it. But my recommendation would be no vote on this tonight, because it has changed since the last version. And I know we said that the last time, but this, and again, if you want to come discuss that, Amy, you may, but and we should really recirculate it for that purpose.
Absolutely. I think what has transpired since the last time the board took a look at this is that we had an issue that came up in the court in which the court clerk provided information that indicated that a portion of Chapter 254, which is vehicles and traffic, should be modified. And looking at that, Rob, Christine, and I were emailing back and forth, and we were trying to encompass everything that the board has explored and expressed concerns on. In particular, the area around Chestnut Street, the underpass section, especially during the very busy times when the train is exiting passengers and people are on the stairwells and the underpass area, and people are pulling their vehicles over to take the passengers in, which then led to a discussion about perhaps we should take a look at parking on Ramapo Avenue and modify the parking requirements so that the southbound lane of Ramapo Avenue would be consistently no parking. It's primarily no parking, but Ramapo Avenue has a section right across from this train station that allows for time limit parking. So we tried to roll these changes in to what we had proposed to the board, which is now in front of you as Local Law 1. But one of the things that we realized is if we wanted to say no parking for the entire section, it doesn't go under time limit parking. So we're really modifying this particular law, law number 1, which is proposed in front of you, to focus on the areas of Blauvelt Way, which is the small section that goes up towards Orange Avenue that is in front of the Sheldon, Chestnut Street, Lafayette Avenue, Orange Avenue, Park Avenue, Ramapo Avenue, and Suffern Place for time limit parking. There's been discussion back and forth on the area by Blauvelt Way in front of the Sheldon. Initially, it was proposed for 15 minutes. I've had residents speaking to me. I've also had feedback from our parking enforcement aide. And as you can see in front of you now, board, Blauvelt Way, we're proposing that it be 45 minutes from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, 2 hours, Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. So that would be the area in front of Blauvelt Way. 92 Blauvelt Way is actually the Sheldon, beginning 12 feet north of the driveway entrance. So there would be 2 spots there. The second one is really just saying, other than the loading and unloading zone and the areas that are already indicated in the code as 15-minute parking, which is near the post office, that we say that the entire section of Chestnut Street be 2 hours. What's happened is a lot of times we've modified through the years, way before that I've been here, and probably just the recent mayors, of course, we've added to the code, but we haven't taken out from the code what was no longer viable. So you have what's new and also what's old, and it's overlapping one another. So this cleans it back up. It would just be Chestnuts 2 hours, which is the way it is right now, except for that portion that's 15 minutes that's already in the code, because you can see these are, what's underlined in front of you board is additional. What would have been removed would be a strike through. Okay, Lafayette Avenue, same thing, 2 hours the entire length. Then we have a few 15 minutes in front of 24 Lafayette with 2 hours thereafter. Lafayette Avenue South, 83 and 85, 15 minutes, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., 2 hours thereafter. Orange Avenue, 2 hours the entire length. Park Avenue, 2 hours the entire length. Ramapo Avenue, no parking, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, 3 hours thereafter, Saturdays and Sundays, and that's on the east side. Okay. Suffern Place West, 15 minutes, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., 2 hours thereafter. And by putting the daytime hours and changing those separately from what happens in the evening, daytime you have a lot of people coming in and out and in and out. Your Mia's and the flower store and M&M Stationery and the liquor store, and there's a lot of movement in that area during the day. But come 4 o'clock, it changes, because what's happening is people are staying long, they're staying in the restaurants longer. So that's why instead of having it 15 minutes the entire time, we would break it into what's pertinent for the day and what happens after 4 p.m. in the central business district. So that's a change as well too. The handicap parking spaces haven't changed, and with the underline, what that's indicating is that's supplemental. So that's in addition to what already exists as handicap parking spaces in the central business district. We'd be adding additional 3. One being in front of the pharmacy, and the others are dispersed such that there are crosswalks in or around the area where we have the handicap parking, so that if you are handicapped, wheelchair bound, you would have the accessibility of the crosswalks to utilize to change from your vehicle to the crosswalks and to the sidewalks. So that's what's in front of you. It is changing only to, once again, add into the code what makes sense now. And then further, Rob and I talked about, that didn't address Christine Anderson's concerns. So Rob has on the agenda for number 6, which he'll speak to in a little bit, is the request for an additional public hearing to take a look at section 254. And with that particular section, we've been in conversations with Chief of Police, the court clerk, the mayor, and Rob to really take a look and modernize, taking out what was had been done in the past that hadn't been removed, what we're proposing tonight, and anything additional that has to be changed. For example, after 9/11, some of the parking lots names had been changed in honor of some of the people that lost their lives during that tragic event. However, the code doesn't reflect those new names. They were done by resolution to change the name, but it wasn't encompassed as a local law to modify the code. So all of these little things need to happen to make vehicle and traffic pertinent, easy for people to read and understand, and enforceable. So I know that the board has expressed a lot of concern about the area under Chestnut Street or the underpass where people are walking and transferring from the train to vehicles. Right now, there's no parking and standing law in effect, which means that the police cannot enforce no parking or standing under the underpass. So those are the kinds of the things that the board wanted to have happen that can't just happen if we do time limit parking. So the Blauvelt Way would be 45, well, this is up for public discussion. It's 45 minutes as a proposal from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, 2 hours thereafter, and 2 hours Saturday, Sunday, and holidays. 2 hours until the daily parking, yeah.
And those are the only two...
Street parking, 3 a.m.
Two spots on Blauvelt Way. Sure, you can come up and...
Right, like, so that's the summary, that's the history, and I have been speaking with residents who missed some of the meetings, have talked to me, expressed a lot of concern, expressed it to Rob. We captured it this evening, and that is why we wanted to continue it another meeting for the final resolution. So, Rob, if you're prepared to move forward and allow for public comment.
Oh, of course, yeah. The reason, yeah, just following up what Amy said, this has kind of been an ongoing process. We're still going to need to meet. The board, may have some input either tonight or afterwards, and certainly the public. So I'd welcome the public to come up and speak.
Do you want to?
Unless the board has something before.
Sure. On Park Avenue.
Yes.
It says both sides, there's only parking on one side of that street at the moment. And do you mean all the way down in front of everyone's homes?
Yes.
Why?
That's up to public comment.
For which location? I'm sorry.
Park Avenue.
Park Avenue.
Okay.
Do you have comment on that?
Yes.
What would you like to see that?
I would like not to have a 2-hour time limit in front of people's homes. When they have company, they're only allowed to have people park there for 2 hours?
It's been like that in the code. That's what I'm saying. So we need to look at that and to see, does that make sense anymore?
No, it's 7 to 9. Only 7 to 9. You're not allowed to park from 7 to 9 in the morning, and that's how it's posted. There's no parking, and there's signs across the street on the east side.
By the Chase Bank?
No, down further. Mm-hmm. Over right behind where Ace Park is.
Okay.
Right, so if you cross over East Park,
right,
and then you go more into the residential area, mm-hmm, there's no parking on the east side.
Right.
So after you're saying 7 to 9, 2 hours.
That you're not allowed to park there because of commuter traffic.
And then what is it thereafter?
You can park however you want, and they do.
No, so you're saying...
Let's take a look at it. Let's look at it in the code and see how it's written in the code.
I want you to look at it, yeah.
Yeah, that's
great.
not a problem, but I don't think it's very fair to have people have their homes and not be able to have a party and have people park in front of it.
And if you look at the code, look at
It used to be that way, and we used to have to call.
Right, look at the
permission.
other code, like the other streets that are like that street, and see, that's the other thing. Why is that street like that, and this street's like this? That doesn't make sense.
Probably because we're closest to the business district.
So those are the kinds of things we really need to look at and just see, can we clean it up?
There should not be parking on both sides of that street. You won't be able to pull out of your driveway.
Okay.
All right.
I had a question, unrelated to Park, but related actually to Chestnut.
You got to talk into the...
Oh, I had a question unrelated to Park, but related to Chestnut.
Mm-hmm.
A proprietor on Chestnut inquired of me, how come there are 2 spots that are marked temporary loading zone, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., essentially in front of 25 Chestnut, that temporary is temporary, but apparently these marks have been up over a year, so the proprietor at 23A feels that it's cutting into people that would shop there the ability to park, because there's these 2 spots adjacent that have been taken away on a temporary basis. Is that going to be permanent, or is this just going to continue on a temporary basis? What's the plan on Chestnut Street?
The temporary loading and unloading zone, that's a contentious area, absolutely. That was put up during the construction. And Unfortunately, it can't be captured here.
Okay.
So that is one of the things that will be included in the entire review of 254.
That'll be removed.
That'll be
Hopefully removed.
removed. That's great. Great news. Thank you.
There's also additional no parking. That's another thing that we couldn't include here. For example, there's dangerous areas where if we allowed parking in and around certain entrances and exits of buildings, we've captured them. We put temporary provisions in place around the Sheldon. For example, when you make that turn off of Blauvelt Way onto Orange Avenue, if you're making a right-hand turn, we have it temporarily marked for no parking. That has to be incorporated into the code. That's a decision the board made just for purposes of safety that can't be captured here.
Okay, so is there someone that would like to speak to this revision? Hold on, I think, I'm sorry. You need to step up to the microphone, please, and state your name and address.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gail, and I live at the Sheldon. And the location of where I am, I face out onto Blauvelt Way, where those two parking spots are. And I just want to note that I like the proposal of the 45 minutes up until 4 o'clock. I just wanted to note that after 4 o'clock, I'd say after 5 o'clock or so, nobody parks there. And it's all night long, even into 11, 12 o'clock at night, they're empty, no one parks there. So is it possible to consider that instead of the 2-hour parking after 4, that there's no limitation, like from 4 to 6 a.m., so that when people come to visit folks at the Sheldon, that they don't have to worry if they come, let's say, to visit for dinner or something, that they have to worry only about parking there for 2 hours? And especially only because I'm saying that people don't park there. So to limit it at, let's say, 6 o'clock or 7 or 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night to 2 hours, is there anything that you can extend
we can take that into consideration.
If you would,
to,
yes.
So you're offering a longer length of time, more than 2 hours.
After the 4 o'clock.
After the 4 o'clock.
Right,
Okay.
because we don't see people parking there at all.
Right.
And it's so off the beaten track that people just don't park there. Usually they don't park there. So in general.
Okay, we are going to continue this hearing, and we will consider that.
Okay, great.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you for
Appreciate it.
coming to the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your help.
Okay.
Jacqueline Schlatte, 61.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Jacqueline Schlatte. I would like a spot considered on East Maple, across from the bagel train. It says no parking from here to corner. Every morning, every afternoon, it's a chronic spot. They park beyond the sign. You cannot make a right-hand turn off of Orange into Maple and see what's coming the other way. It's constant. I've called the police several times about it, and it's a bad area. It really needs to be looked at.
So once you're coming down Orange towards Mawa, you're making...
No, the other way.
The other way.
The other way. So when you're coming from Mawa, you're going to make a right onto East Maple. The cars are parked on the residential side there.
You cannot
Right.
make that turn.
Okay, we're going to have to take a look at that a little bit closer and step up the enforcement at the same time.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Chief, can we just make note of that for patrol to look at that section, please? Thank you.
Hi, Suzanne Joyce, and it has nothing to do with that. It's more downtown. I live on 35 Oakdale, but I just want to make a suggestion to the board because I had no idea about the parking laws until I went to get my nails done and they mentioned it. Maybe in your letter and like the summer rec board, you know, when you write your letter in the summer calendar, and maybe you could post it somewhere so everybody kind of is aware of that. I know some people are, but like I said, I had no idea, and I'm on, you know,
Well, that's
I'm
actually-
on the Suffern thing, but make a special note of the new, you know.
That's what we're actually undertaking, is a comprehensive review of all the parking.
Okay, and
Actually, the signage and the notification, like we have it all posted online on the website, but understandably, like if you're coming into the village, you're not going to the website, but we need to really analyze overall the parking.
Right, I'm saying more for the
And the
residents.
signage and the striping.
Right.
So it's a comprehensive plan that we're putting together, and we will be doing that.
All right, I'm just mentioning.
Nope,
I
that's
had
great.
No idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I forgot to mention too, Joe Hunt has really been instrumental in helping us figure these things out. And one of
There
the
he
things
is.
that there he is. And one of the things that that we will be doing as a team is once the board decides on the changes to 254 in its entirety, we're going to be able to systematically go in and update the signs, because the signs are also reflective of local laws in the past where the signs hadn't been changed. The local law was changed and new signs were added. So the old signs are still there. So it's a little confusing. So once this is all done, the DPW is going to, go through the central business district, re-sign, color code the curbing for handicap and 15-minute, so it's easier for people to see what areas are available.
All right. Anyone? Yes?
Sandy Stead, 45 East Maple. I just want to back up Jackie's, where that corner is just and Clark, maybe we could really have a lot of patrol going on there, because it's unbelievable.
Is it, I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't know, but is there any pavement markings there, or is it just the sign?
There's just a sign, and it is hard to see, but it's pretty...
So maybe pavement markings also?
Pavement marking would be...
Right.
Yeah, because...
When we do restriping in the spring, maybe we could do pavement markings there.
Yeah, including the curb, like yellow.
Right.
Yellow
Yellow
painted,
curb.
yeah.
But
Okay,
if they
we'll
get
keep
out of
that.
the car, they see it, and, the more tickets you get, the more aware you are of not parking there. Also, just before that, the markings are starting to wear down, the yellow, because that was really a disaster. I can't believe the state didn't make that a yellow non-parking, the first parking, the last parking on Washington before you make the turn.
Right.
The markings are wearing, yes.
Yeah.
So for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any way to do striping prior to the spring in that section? It is really, really dangerous.
I don't know the answer to that question.
East Maple,
Yeah.
trying to make a left, people
Maybe,
are backing out on top of you. It's
Mr.
awful.
Zawicki, is he here, Mr. Zawicki? Is there any way that we would be able to stripe any of the pavement now during this cold weather?
Well, there is a temperature threshold. You got to look like next week we might have a couple warmer days. Can you attempt to do that? We're going to get a contract. Might be a little more difficult to do it at this point.
Okay.
Do we have the ability to stripe the zebra? How do hatch marks?
We do have a striping machine. I'm not sure, Joe, what condition it's in.
So I think, in this situation, since it's been an ongoing situation and it's a hazard, maybe we can look at the weather, look at the temperature, and then get out there and somehow put some zebra stripes down? Can we take care of that, if possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Al D'Ambrosio, 4 Cross Street, Suffern, New York. I was
noting that somebody referenced, you people up above there, about Chestnut Street and the problem of that it was dangerous, and of course about parking. But there should be no parking in any kind of a overpass, underpass at all. Even for picking people up, it shouldn't be, but it does occur constantly.
I think the reason for that is because it's not in the code as a no stopping, no standing area. So it can't be enforced. If it's not in the code, it can't be. But it will be incorporated in the new changes.
Let me phrase that a little differently. I'm quite sure, I don't know the code of New York or New Jersey, I'm quite positive that all their tunnels and all of that, the short ones as well as the long ones, that there's nothing written on the walls that says don't do this, thus, and that, but that they don't dare do it or they'll get tickets. I'm just very surprised that it has to be written.
Yeah, it has to be written in the code to be enforced.
Well, then it's long overdue.
Yes, so, and that's what we are working on, and we are studying that whole underpass and Chestnut Street area. Absolutely. Thank you.
And Ramapo Avenue.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
All right, so unless the board has any questions, I just ask that this one be continued. I know that it's called local law number 1, but Amy, the others, I assume, will pass, so it may change, but I think there's going to be some further changes, so, we can continue this public hearing. If we're going to make a more comprehensive change in the other one, we can just, discontinue this one and incorporate it into the others.
Discontinue this one?
Well, let's continue it.
Let's continue it, correct.
But what I'm saying is, after we sit down, now that we have some comments, and we're going to do maybe a more comprehensive review, I'll address it procedurally next time.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing till February 3rd at 7:05. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion Paul Girard and Trustee Corrigan. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right, so this is for, you have that, 7 p.m.?
Yeah, so this one, we're going to have to change that one to 7:10 when we get to it.
No. Okay. Okay, next, I'd like to motion to open up the public hearing for the continuation of the December 2nd public hearing. Law to amend Section 254 of the Code of Village of Suffern entitled V&T to establish passenger loading zones in the Central Business District. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Girard, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Corrigan, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I introduced myself last time. Again, Robert Magrino.
You didn't change, did you?
No, same guy. This one should be a little quicker. This is with respect to adding a definition of passenger loading zones. I think it came up in the last one about loading zones in the downtown area and on specific streets, including Chestnut, Lafayette, Orange, Park, Suffern Place, and Wayne Avenue. So what this is basically saying is any parking spaces are, unless they're loading and unloading, goods or packages, etc., are just that, parking spaces for passengers, for vehicles, and it should be for loading and unloading purposes. It shouldn't be for anything other than loading and unloading passengers. And I'm going to make a change because it's a little bit inartfully worded. Shall be for vehicles to otherwise park in accordance with applicable regulations. So again, it's just basically saying, so that people who are getting deliveries are not taking up spaces for parking, people who want to park ordinarily. So again, that's something for the board's consideration and the public's consideration, whether they want that type of regulation.
Okay, so is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak in regards to passenger loading zones in the Central Business District? Okay, I'd like to close the public comment. Do I have a motion to close the public comment?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, Trustee Barone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, so if the board has no questions, there's a proposed resolution. I would, if the board is inclined to vote, I'll just go through quickly that there was the village board on October 7, 2019, declared its intention to serve as lead agency for purposes of SECRA. The referrals directed to the pursuant to general municipal law, although may have not been necessary. Public hearings were held November 4th, December 2nd, and January 6th. The county planning offered no comments. The resolution would be that the village would be lead agency. It's a type 2 action, and that the board would adopt this local law as provided. And I guess this would be local law number 1.
This will be one now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if anybody's inclined, I would ask for that resolution.
So I have a motion here to adopt local law number 1 of 2020, amending chapter 254 of the code of the Village of Suffern entitled Vehicle and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping to provide for the definition of passenger loading zone. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Trustee Barone, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Girard, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. So I have a motion to open and continue the hearing of December 2nd, 2019, to consider a local law to amend 254 of the Code of the Village of Suffern, entitled Vehicle and Traffic, to establish restrictions on the idling parked vehicles in the Central Business District.
Again,
Now, do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Alpert, all in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Magrino?
yes, again, we did mention last time, there is a county, the county has spoken on something like this, but there's no enforcement capability, frankly, by the village. It's really a county issue. This is basically mimics the county law, so it provides that it's a local, a violation of the local code. There are a few differences that we discussed last time, and last time we did not have an appropriate resolution, but at this point, it basically would be that there'd be no idling for more than 3 minutes in the Central Business District. I'm sorry, no idling for 3 minutes. Anywhere, frankly, in the village, of course.
Okay, is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak in regards to the restriction on the idling of parked vehicles in the Central Business District? No? Okay, at this time, I'd like to close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
You got that, Amy? All in favor? Aye.
Okay, and again, there's a proposed resolution which kind of mimics the earlier one. If the board's so inclined, I'd ask somebody to adopt a motion to accept that resolution and adopt that local law.
So this is adopting local law number 2?
Yes, this would be
Right.
2.
Amending chapter 254 of the Code of the Village of Suffern, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, to add section 254-18.2, Vehicles idling of. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Trustee Girard. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Alpert, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Good.
Thank you. And then, I guess that last one was to set a public hearing for February 3rd, 2020. I don't have a proposed local law on it yet, so frankly, nothing would happen at that point.
I do have something for you to review. You might be
Okay,
able to
but
have something.
if you want to set that date, we can.
Okay, so let's move forward with setting the public hearing to be held February 3rd at 7:10 p.m. Authorize a public hearing to be held February 3rd, 2020, to consider a local law to amend Section 254, Code of the Village of Suffern, entitled Vehicle and Traffic, to reflect current parking changes and procedures. Do I have a motion? Trustee Corrigan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Barone, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is it.
Ordinance participation.
Yeah, the chief's gone. Chief's still here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna skip here and I'm gonna go directly to audience participation. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak at this time? Please come up to the mic, state your name and address, please.
I'm Sarah Mondale, 28 Hillside Avenue. I was head of the Suffern Civic Association for many years, and I was actually here when the Avon PILOT program was being discussed and negotiated, and I came here for another reason tonight, but I just happened to hear that discussion, and I was one of the few people who came up and spoke on behalf of the citizens, because I was skeptical of that agreement at the time. This was a long time ago, 16 years ago, and I felt like it might not be a great deal for the village of Suffern at the time, like they could move out, and I just feel like I hope the board is going to pay close attention to what exactly it is that they're proposing to do here. I was happy that you didn't vote on it tonight because, for one thing, this kind of proposal has to go through the planning board, right? And has to be closely examined in terms of the amount of, Mayor, you were talking about the pollution or the traffic.
The environmental impact,
Yeah.
that's a major concern here in the village of Suffern.
Exactly, they're in the center of the village. They're talking about tractor trailers coming in and out. Also, I'm skeptical about the promises of jobs. That would have to be really closely examined. In my experience, a lot of times corporations will come in and say, we're going to bring this many jobs, and then in fact it comes out to be that they're, hiring from other places, or, just like, I think the details need to be nailed down, but that seemed to be what you're saying as well. So.
Yes, we're closely analyzing it.
Good. And then I wanted to say that I was just inspired, since I've been here up till now, I was inspired by the young people who spoke first from the high school about the becoming a climate-smart community, and I would encourage the village to do what they can to get on board. And that brings me to, with the Suffern Civic Association, one of the things that we always did was monitor the village and look for ways to improve the pedestrian-friendly character of the village, because we feel like that's one of Suffern's assets, is that it does have a walkable downtown. And so I always notice things. And I just happened to notice the other day when I walk a lot, and I was crossing Lafayette to go over to the post office, and the walk, don't walk sign, you can't see it because it's blocked by a pole, so you can't see whether it says walk or don't walk. So somebody should just go look at those. The ped heads look like they need to be turned around so the pedestrians can see them.
Is that on the corner near?
It's like when you're crossing,
near the Boost Mobile phone shop on that corner?
It's when you're on the corner of Lafayette, not the dry cleaner corner, but across from that.
Right.
Crossing over to that old bank.
Yes.
Used to be a bank.
Yes.
Right there.
So that's the corner outside the phone shop. They did put a new pole in there.
Okay.
Charles, can we take a look at that? The corner of Chestnut and Lafayette, please. Thank you.
It just looks like it's blocking the sign there. And then the overpass, okay, since I just was here when you were talking about it, something occurred to me. You're talking about the congestion by the tunnel there, the underpass.
Yes.
Well, when the Suffern Civic Association, I remember years ago, we had talked with New Jersey Transit about thinking big. What about an overpass for pedestrians to cross from that side of the train tracks to this side? And, we had looked into the history of the train station. It used to be on the other side, of course, you know that, but it made much more sense on the other side for the whole configuration of the downtown and everything. But now that it's over there, what about thinking big and bringing this up again now that there are more people moving in near the train station?
Well, we've been in touch with and actually presented to the MTA Board, Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and we've been in direct contact with New Jersey Transit in regards to possibly upgrading the entire surrounding area, or their main responsibility, the station and the surrounding areas there, and actually looking, and now the Village Board is looking comprehensively at the parking and the loading and unloading of passengers where they shouldn't be doing it, under the trestle and along Ramapo Avenue.
Okay.
So we are definitely exploring all the possibilities that we can. Unfortunately, NJT says they don't have any money.
I know. That's what they said 10 years ago when we were talking about it also, but it's just could be something that the board presses for, is if it makes sense. I mean, I commuted from here, I commuted from Westchester for a while, Terrytown, and they, of course, have the...
It's interesting to talk about NJT and the facility that we have here in the Village of Suffern. It seems that NJT owns that facility, and it's probably the only facility NJT owns in New York State.
Right.
So we're trying to lobby the MTA to acquire it from NJT, and then there'll be possible funding available to us.
Okay.
We're trying.
Very good. Well, okay, the main reason that I came tonight was actually to just talk briefly about trees. Again, I had come to the Village Board a year ago and had talked about all the trees, the mature shade trees that had come down in my immediate vicinity where I live. Within maybe a block of my house, I estimated there were 15 to 25 large trees that had been cut down in that area. And I just mentioned at the time that I think the trees need to be regarded as an asset by the village, need to be valued, need to be considered as one of our best tools for fighting global warming, climate change on the local level. I was just looking at this study done in Switzerland where they're saying it's amazing what you can do by planting trees. It's like the best thing a municipality can do to prepare for global warming and mitigate flooding and all kinds of things. So I don't, it's late, but I just wondered, has anything further been done since I last spoke at the meeting in March of 2019 about the local law? I was asking who is evaluating those three. You have a good local law, but who's the one who's looking at evaluating the three circumstances that need to be satisfied before a homeowner could cut down a tree? Needs to be either diseased, a danger, or interfere with the permitted use. And I was saying at the time that it seemed to me that an arborist or someone qualified and experienced with trees should be the one probably doing that assessment. And is the evaluation documented? If so, where are the logs kept on that? And could the mayor or the board consider having the tree committee review the local law? Because now I'm glad that Sandy is going to be in charge of the committee now, but there might be more current options studying what other villages near here are doing.
It looks like you hit the nail on the head for Sandy to, start chairing the tree committee and to look and analyze that and see what we actually have on the books in regards to taking down the trees. I know Charles issues the permits. Is that correct, Charles? And we send somebody out to look at the trees, but Sandy, if you could start on that project, that would be great.
And then just encourage the village to maintain the trees that are here already and look at planting new ones where possible. That's one of the reasons I moved to Suffern many years ago, was because it's a green village and the trees are an asset in many, many ways,
Yeah, they actually increase property values, they say.
Among other things.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
Sandy Stead, 45 East Maple Avenue, and now tree
Chair.
You've appointed me in the workshop, but the resolution hasn't been passed. But I do want to speak a little bit prematurely here, but I thank you and I accept the position if the resolution is approved.
sorry, Sandy, could you speak into the mic,
I
please?
accept the position if and when the resolution is approved, but I do want to follow up with Sarah and some of the tree issues. Definitely, we will work on that local law at the date of the local law that we have in place, which I do think it's some very valid points based on the circumstances a tree can be taken down. So you first have the permit that's authorized, but who evaluates the circumstances? And then again, 1996 November, that's how old our law is. So,
Right.
so many different current, options. So want to do that. And as far as the maintenance of trees, just to follow you up, and Charles still hasn't brought up the bidding situation that has gone out. We worked very hard, Fred, as the former chair, and Sheila are both here, and the tree committee to get that bid in place. The Bartlett had done a wonderful study, and I think there'll be further discussion with Fred about that, but that'll all be taken care of, so thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
Jim Genatino, 2 Memorial. On this pilot situation, in light of the fact that Avon has extended their date, I really don't think we should give them any consideration. Either break the pilot or be willing to sit down with the village and the school board, maybe in conjunction, and work out something if the village still wants to acquire this property. The people that are interested in buying it are saying they may have 25 people employed, $50,000. I think you'd have a line outside the door for people wanting to get there and get a job. So I find that kind of hard to believe for warehouse work. It's just too iffy, and I got to agree with Mike for once. Take the $1.4 million and run, or else tell them, sit down with us and let's work something out. You can use that $1.4 million to pay for part of that property if we buy it. Be very careful, consider it.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
My name is Patty Marikid. I live in Somerset Drive. I'm just talking off the cuff here, but the Avon thing, I feel like there was not very firm information given or firm questions from the board. I feel like a lot more information has to be looked at, especially about the traffic impact and what do we want the village of Suffern to be like? Do we want it to be a manufacturing, with trucks coming and going, or do we want it to be the community that has always been? I've been here for 30 years. I raised my children here. It's not meant to be a warehouse location. So I asked the board to really reflect on that and gather the information, and very specific information. The other thing, I didn't even know there was a legal issue with this board and lawyers. So when I first got here a couple hours ago, I was very taken back. I'm very frustrated with the Rampro Central School District and their legal issues, and I'm very disappointed to come to a board meeting, which I'm ashamed, I haven't been here in a number of years, but to come here and hear that there is fighting amongst the people that we voted in, I'm disappointed in every single person on that stage right now, because you are all adults, you're all voted in. It's impossible that you can't come up with one day to figure out who's going to be the lawyer, who's not going to be the lawyer. Why as taxpayers, are we paying for 2 lawyers? why as taxpayers are we paying for legal fees to fight this out? You're voted in here to take responsibility for decisions. Do your job. The only question I have, and maybe some of you trustees can shed light on it, but why do you think you have the right to go and hire, without the mayor's approval, a lawyer?
I can answer that. I actually would like to answer that and just kind of take you through what has transpired, where we've gotten to this point already, if you don't mind. I would reference the email that the mayor referenced that was sent out by the trustees to the public to ask you to come to this meeting and provide some background. So,
Look, can I interrupt you, Mr.
Yes,
Girard?
sure.
I don't know what you're talking about, emails. I don't know what anyone's talking about, Facebook piece. I don't know. Just all I am asking, this is my question. Why did you and the other trustees think you had the right to go and get a lawyer for the Village of Suffern?
Because the mayor established the legal services as a contract in February, and a contract is required to be approved by the board. It's a vote. It's not, there isn't any, in order to protect the taxpayers, there isn't a single individual up here that is allowed to approve for the village to spend monies, okay, including the mayor. It has to be a vote amongst the board, okay? So, again, that's to protect the village, to protect the taxpayers. So, the mayor went into a contract last February, which is why I wanted to reference, that's exactly where I wanted to start, is what is really with your question. Last February, the mayor asked the board to vote on a contract with the attorneys, Keen and Bean. And we did, we voted on it, and it was approved. The contract was to expire the end of December. So, when the November 26th workshop came up, this is 2 days prior to Thanksgiving, this is about a month, maybe 5 weeks before the contract was going to expire. I brought up in the workshop, we need to assess whether or not we were going to renew the contract with Keen and Bean. I requested the treasurer to provide all the expenditures that we had with the law firm, and actually all the village's legal expenses up to, throughout the year, so year-to-date expenses, so that we can utilize that information to evaluate whether or not we were going to renew the contract, okay? I also proposed that we might want to consider a bid and solicit other attorneys to see if we could get a better rate, or just really a bid is just designed to get the options out on the table. Okay. We went into executive session. So the workshop concluded, except for to go into executive session to discuss the mayor's appointments, because once a year he gets to make his decision on who to appoint. Okay. When he revealed that list to us, included in the appointments was he wanted to appoint Keen and Bean as the attorney. Now, remind you, it's under contract, okay? Therefore, it's still the board's decision. I mean, the mayor is permitted to appoint, but if it's since it was previously a contract, it's not an existing appointment, okay? It's under contract. It's still under, the entire board has to vote. When the way the New York State law works on appointments, the mayor can appoint whomever he wants. But just like every single topic that's come up here, you make a motion and you wait for another board member, you request a motion and you wait for another board member to say a motion and then second, and then the topic is up for a vote. So he made the appointment, and initially we said that, nobody made the motion. Nobody accepted the motion. So, and the reason for that is the board wanted to do a bid. Okay? The contract was still in place for another several weeks till the end of December, and the board wanted to do a bid. This board. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? I'm talking
November 26th.
November 26th, we suggested to do a bid between that time and the end of the Keenan Bean contract on December 31st. So, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You're telling me that the whole board did not get a second on his motion and did not take a vote?
No. No. What I'm saying is, no, the vote, the proposed, the appointment by the mayor was at the December 2nd meeting. Okay. You know what? Okay, you're right, Mr. Giantino. Let me
do this in a proper fashion.
Well, so
Paul's not getting bombarded while he's trying to speak.
Okay, let's have each one speaker at a time. And then we will come up to the microphone and state your name and address.
So, okay, so I stated what happened. So in executive session, the mayor proposed that we appoint Keenan Bean, and I said, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you can't do that. They're still under contract till the end of the year, in which case we will evaluate whether we're going to extend the contract, but it's a board decision to extend contracts. It's not the mayor's power to appoint. Now, so let me just make sure. So that was, and furthermore, what was pointed out is that the mayor could not appoint a firm. You can appoint an individual, you cannot appoint a firm. Okay, now we had a disagreement at the end of the executive session, so we respectfully agreed to disagree. And we concluded, we went through the rest of the appointments, and, there was discussions, and that executive session was over. We came back out of executive session and ended the meeting. Now, the next day, now I don't know if you're aware, but there's something in New York called the New York State Conference of Mayors and Municipal Officials. Okay, this body basically facilitates all the laws in New York State with regards to how boards, village boards, town boards are to be run. Okay, so we get this handbook as trustees to give us guidelines on how a board is supposed to function. Now, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to reference some of the information in here.
So I guess, my question is, how have you not been able to meet and resolve this instead of having 2 lawyers hired? And now we're paying legal fees. You're saying that amongst all of you, you couldn't come to a conclusion that there was no choice but to go to court?
Well, there was certainly, we were surprised when this was pushed to court. That's absolutely not what we wanted. But that's what the mayor elected to do. I mean, the fact...
I'm sure if we wanted to resolve it, we could probably still resolve it.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead.
I apologize. I want to chime in a little bit. I set a meeting for December 21st that all 4 trustees and the mayor were available to attend. We had fully intended to work together and come to some sort of understanding and some sort of mutual agreement that would be workable for the whole board. Unbeknownst to us, we were all served papers on Thursday, the 19th of December, to show up in court on Friday, the 20th of December. Okay, this was not something we expected and not something we anticipated, because we were hoping to work something out with the mayor because of this disagreement. We did not want it to go any further. This was a date, the 21st was a date that everyone was available at the time. However, when it went to court, it changed the calculus of this whole situation, because all of a sudden, three of the trustees, I was not named as a defendant, but 3 of the trustees were named as a defendant in this legal case. I testified on that Friday, and in fact, the mayor was seeking certain remedies that the judge denied in that particular session. And the mayor further went to court to the appeals division to try and undo what that judge said. And the mayor failed a second time. So the law appears, at least on the surface, to be in agreement with what has transpired so far. Now, as far as multiple attorneys, in fact, there's only one attorney right now for the village, the one that was selected by the Board of Trustees, not selected, wrong word, excuse me, contracted by the Board of Trustees on the December 2nd meeting. Any additional attorney that may or may not be being paid by the village is in violation of New York state law, because no single no single elected official may make an arrangement to hire somebody, or as far as a contract, without approval by the board. The board has to approve all financial arrangements. So at this point, as far as we know, legally, whatever, there's only one, but in fact there might be 0, because the mayor has refused to sign the contract that needs to be signed. But that's a separate issue. But as far as we know, there's nobody else, there's no second attorney that we know.
So we don't have an attorney, and that's why there's no village attorney.
We do have a village attorney. Mr. Rice is sitting there right behind you. The judge has said, until further ruling, Mr. Rice is your attorney. Okay, Mr. Rice, out of respect for the board and to not create any controversy, the mayor requested that he not sit up here. And Mr. Rice has been so kind as to avoid confrontation and make this a disruptive meeting. He's agreed not to sit here, but he has every right to sit here. The judge has told everybody, the mayor and everybody who's present at that court, that until there's a final ruling, Mr. Rice is the village attorney of Suffern. Now, I want to read an email that I wrote, after the December 2nd meeting. I wrote an email to, I had a conversation with NICOM, and that's again, New York Conference of Mayors and Municipalities. That's the handbook I just held up. And I wrote this to the entire board, the mayor and the village board. I said, "Dear Mayor and Village Board, as a follow-up to our reorganization meeting, I spoke with NICOM last week." I wrote this on the 10th, but we met on the 2nd, as you know. It explained what transpired during our meeting. I actually spoke to NICOM only 2 days after the meeting, but by the time I was able to write this, it was the 10th, so I apologize. I said, I spoke with NICOM last week and explained what transpired during our meeting. More specifically, I explained the request by the mayor for a motion to appoint Keenan Bean as village attorney for 2020. I explained our entire situation to John Mancini and Rebecca Rosito, who are at NICOM, including the existence of a contract with Keenan Bean, its approaching expiration on the 31st of December, the denial by the board of the requested motion to appoint, the subsequent motion and board approval to enter a contract with Terry Rice, the mayor's subsequent claim to the right to appoint his own village attorney without board approval, and the ensuing debate that took place and carried into the regular board meeting. After some discussion, both Mr. Mancini and Ms. Rosito confirmed that there is no scenario that exists in New York State government where a municipality could contract or newly appoint an attorney without board approval. While there are instances where two separate attorneys, parentheses, one representing the mayor and the other the trustees, while those instances do exist, those typically involve the mayor's attorney as already appointed and therefore carried over. So in other words, if there were several appointees that night, there were actually a few examples where they weren't approved. But if they're already appointed, the mayor can hold them over until there's agreement that a new person holding that role would be appointed and voted on. In this case, because it was a contract, it's not a holdover. They were never appointed. They were contracted. I know it sounds like it's just semantics, but it's very important distinction because, as I said, contracting requires the approval of funds, and that requires every board member to be involved in that and vote on that. When you have an appointment, it's already an existing position, and we're not approving any additional monies. We're basically just, the mayor is suggesting that somebody else take that role for the new year. So, typically, can I just, no, I just want to finish my, so those instances typically involve the mayor's attorney as already appointed or a carryover, and the trustees approving separate counsel. So that's a separate scenario where we're asking for separate counsel. That's not the case here. In our case, as I stated repeatedly, that night, the arrangement with Keenan Bean is a contract and cannot be renewed without board approval. It's just not allowed. That's the law in New York. And we're trying to uphold the law, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's if you want to appoint, it has to be voted on. But
you didn't want to vote on it because you wanted to get other comparisons.
We wanted to evaluate continuing a contractual relationship, a contractual arrangement. Okay. And the bid would have included Keenan. When I first requested the information, it would have been Keenan Bean, and then we asked. We put a request out there if there are any other attorneys that would like to participate in the bid. The mayor has suggested that there was some secret meeting with Mr. Rice and I. There was no meeting. There was a request to submit bids.
So you're saying in the month of December, there were no other dates that you could have resolved this?
Oh, as far as us meeting, the mayor threw out, he tossed out 4 different dates. We responded. The one where we had the most attendance was Monday the 16th, where 2 of us confirmed, absolutely yes. One said, I could probably make it work, and one said, I cannot attend live, but I could probably attend by phone. The mayor took that information and said, okay, I'm going to make the meeting Friday the 13th, because I can't explain why, only he can, but it seemed as if he wanted to make it as he appeared like he wanted to have a meeting, but wanted to make it look like we would not show up.
Okay.
And
this is like a little soap opera to me.
Well, yeah.
You know what? Got it. You're adults, your tax dollars that are being spent on a legal issue. If you're saying you have a legal thing to do, and you're on your path to a right legal point against the mayor, then I guess that's up to you. But as a taxpayer, I'm disappointed in this board, and I really am going to be involved in the next elections, and I'm going to know you all very well. All of you. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Somebody's...
I just want to follow up there. I'm Catherine. I live on 7th Sussex. I have a couple of questions that started that I wanted to follow up on when the mayor spoke. And there are two questions. One's directed towards Paul.
Yes.
So it was stated that you negotiated with Terry Rice his rate. How did that come about? And how was that done?
Yeah,
For clarity,
again,
please.
there was no negotiation, there was no meeting. We requested,
Who's we? Because that would include all of you, that we are taxpayers, right? So who was we? You and who?
the board, it would have been myself
Okay.
and the two trustees on the other end of the dais.
Okay, and so you did not include the Deputy Mayor Alpert at all in this?
I was not involved, and this blindsided me at the time.
So you boycotted two mayors and you did something on your own, is that correct?
Okay,
Yes?
well, no, not exactly. Again,
It's yes or no?
no, it's not it's not a yes
It's
or
a
no.
yes or no. Did you inform the Deputy Mayor or the Mayor that you were going to do this? That's my question for you.
I said to the mayor on Wednesday, the 27th of November, I said, I spoke to NICOM. What you're suggesting cannot be done, but in the interest of the village, we should do a bid. Now,
But did you inform the Deputy Mayor or the Mayor that you were going to do this? Yes or no? It's nothing to do with him. It's a yes or no thing. Did you inform Stephen Alpert or Ed Markunas that you guys were going to go out for a bid? Yes or no?
we did the work to do it because
So it's no. So it's no. So basically, you're working not together. It's a yes or no thing. It's no but. It's no I. You had a plan in place, right?
No.
Yeah, it is though. Am I wrong?
No.
It's yes or no. If you have a deputy mayor there and the mayor that we voted for your seats, you are supposed to work together. So you went on your own. That's what you just said, right? You went on your own and to get a bid without including with the big expense and the taxpayer money and not include a deputy mayor and the mayor. That's your answer. My next question.
the answer.
My next question.
The answer is just.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, you're standing there interrogating me. You
It's
just,
not,
please,
but it's a yes or
please
no.
just well, it's not a yes
But you're giving me, you're showing the gray area. It's a yes or no.
I
Did
said-
you inform the deputy mayor and the mayor?
I
It's a yes or
said
no.
to the mayor during the executive session of the workshop, we should do a bid. The next day, I followed up with him after speaking to NICOM, and I said, Mr. Mayor, there's no advantage to the village just simply renewing, because we might still retain Keenan Bean, but at a better rate, so we should do a bid. He didn't indicate yes or no.
But you didn't
so-
inform him that you were doing it.
No, but
Okay, that's it.
what we did was we
understand.
started the process
You answered
of
the
a
question.
bid.
Thank you.
We
My
started
other
the
question
process
is-
of a bid.
My other question is, why is it taking so long to appoint, and I'm not sure if I'm using the right terminology, so help me here, guys, Amy? Like, what's the situation there? Why is it a holdover? Why? Again, we voted, you guys elected officials, we voted for you. I wanted to know why, what's going on with that?
I can't answer that.
Albert?
It's a complicated issue.
But we're the public, I want to know why. Why are we doing a holdover? What's the plan? Again, this is the public
A holdover
forum.
has all the same rights and privileges as an appointed employee.
Okay.
So,
You're not answering. Okay. Joe?
Yes,
Can I ask you why?
it is very complicated.
Okay. Charles? Go, wait, well, that's okay. Let's let them
One at a time, the
Charles?
lady at the podium, please.
Charles?
She's performing her duties as village clerk. Very
But she's a
fine, there's no
holdover.
issue.
But she's a holdover.
There's no issue.
She's a holdover, though. So you're not, it's
Okay,
too
so
complicated.
What is the problem with the holdover at the
Well,
moment?
I want to know why it's taking so long to assign a
Well, it's
person in
only
that
been
position if it's not
1 month.
Amy.
It hasn't been that long.
But,
That's the answer.
okay, then that's your answer by refusing to answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If we start a process of a bid after saying we should do a bid, that isn't doing anything behind the back. Okay.
Two separate boards where I volunteered for 15 years. I would never, ever exclude another board member. Never.
It wasn't an exclusion.
But I would inform them of what I was doing. I wouldn't do something blindly.
Okay, can I
Please.
add a few more details to this? We did not, we started the process of the bid, okay?
So we meaning yourself and
Not-
trustees?
Yes, not, okay, so we solicited the bids. It doesn't mean we have to act upon it. We didn't have an indication from the mayor whether or not he agreed to do a bid or was still going to try to appoint, okay? We waited. The agenda typically comes out 24 hours before the meeting. It did not come out till 5 o'clock. We meet at 7, okay? The fact that it was delayed, we were puzzled as to why that was happening. Why weren't we getting the agenda? Why would we have a meeting here and not have an agenda? We're supposed to be voting and making decisions on things, and we don't have the agenda until 2 hours before the meeting. The mayor did not want to reveal to us that he still wanted to appoint, which is not legal. Do you understand?
See, you're going to a different avenue right now. I asked you a specific question, why didn't you inform Alpert or Markunas, the deputy mayor and the mayor? So now you're going to another aspect of the argument.
Which is to uphold the law.
I understand you're upholding the law, but you still, again, when you're on a board, you're supposed to work together. You're supposed to inform. You didn't inform. You went ahead and you got bids. You said we, yourself and the trustees, and you excluded the deputy mayor and the mayor.
I told the mayor we should do a bid twice.
You did not inform him that you were going to do it.
All right, so let me make...
I don't need his permission to start the process.
Let me just make something clear, that any type of action or board action that is taken has to be formally convened, and you can't go out on your own, rogue, soliciting bids. This is the first time I am hearing that the board, or not the board, Trustee Paul Girard, and I guess Trustee-elect Corrigan and Barone solicited bids on their own without convening a formal meeting. It's absurd. I am sorry. I understand we're in conflict. The villages in New York State village law, the village mayor makes the appointment to the village attorney with confirmation from the village board. I don't understand. This is the first I'm hearing he solicited bids.
This is not the first you've heard that.
That you went out and solicited bids. Excuse me, it is. Absolutely, and you would not answer the questions how you did it at the workshop, at the reorganization meeting. You would not answer who was with you and how this all developed. Now it's unfolding. So continue to unfold.
All right, I'd like to cut in on this point now just because it's very interesting and I don't want to go to sleep. Microphone. Oh, I better speak into this mic. You bet your bippy. Sorry, guys and gals. What I really wanted to say was twofold. The mayor initially gave a prelude to the meeting, and he explained that he was concerned that there was a problem dealing with him and the trustees, etc. But you've all, when I say all, whoever is the spokesman or couple on the side of the trustees, which they have a side, have had a lot of time to explain an amount of your positions and or whys, and a few have abstained. I want to hear the mayor give some of his answers to some of the things he's heard them say, and I don't give a damn if it takes all night to do it, because I want to hear your side as well as theirs.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of information that's formally now before the Supreme Court that I will not speak about, but the information that's being divulged here this evening by Trustee Girard is surprising and actually enlightening that Trustee Barone and Trustee Corrigan were part of this not less to say conspiracy. I'm not saying you met with Terry Rice, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, I'm speaking, but what Mr. Girard implicated was that Trustee-elect Corrigan and Barone solicited their bids on their own. This is the first I am hearing of this. I don't know how the solicitation takes place. I know that the Village of Suffern has a process when we go out to bid for any type of service, professional service, any mechanical, anything. There's a process in place. It's a board decision. The meeting is convened, and we move about the bid that way. It's reviewed by attorneys, and it's sent out. I don't know if they conform to that process. Did you? Did you conform to the bidding process that the village has in place, Mr. Girard?
I believe so, yes.
You did. I don't believe you didn't convene the meeting. There was no convened meeting. You cannot take action outside of a meeting. I am sorry. You could hear the outrage in my voice. It is wrong.
It's wrong to ignore the fact that the board denied your motion to appoint.
Okay, we're going to move on from that.
Court.
The action is before the Supreme Court, and the New York State law does say that the mayor does get to appoint the village attorney with confirmation from the subject to the village board approval. Correct.
Right. Correct. And it was not approved.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Paul, I'm sorry, you made some comments that...
Could you speak in the mic, please? I'm sorry.
You made some comments in your comments just prior to when you were responding to the other speaker. I'm not sure if I heard you right. I thought I heard you say that a contract can't be entered into without the entire board participating in it. Is that what you said?
It requires a board vote. It's not one person cannot decide to approve funds. It requires a board vote.
But you said that it requires the board participating in a contract.
It requires a board vote.
And yet you went to a contract supposedly without two of the members of your board participating in it. They weren't even aware that a contract was being entered into.
They did vote, Gertrude.
I believe maybe you're speaking of the bidding process, where they went outside the board's usual process.
Maybe I misunderstood Paul. I thought he said a contract. I have a few things to say, and I have to apologize. I wrote it out so that I'm not speaking. I'm not an eloquent speaker on a good day, and I have a hacking cough, so I figured the more succinct I could be, the less you're going to have to listen to me cough. With regard to the village attorney issue, a Facebook message was posted by the trustees saying that there was quote-unquote much confusion spreading. You can like what the mayor has to say or not, but he sat here for 3 meetings ready to discuss the situation with the other board members and to let the public know what was going on. The 3 trustees refused to discuss it at the 12-2 meeting and couldn't even be bothered to show up at the 2 scheduled special meetings. That's not what you were elected to do, and the public did not deserve to be kept in the dark. So if there's much confusion, there's no one to blame for that but the trustees. Instead, you chose to post about it on Facebook, to send out emails to your campaign mailing list, and to have private one-on-one conversations with people. While I can appreciate to some extent your efforts to reach out and try to explain, Paul, you and I spoke for 70 minutes. But as a group, we deserve to hear what you had to say. We all deserve to hear the same thing. That would have put us all on the same page, and there would have been no confusion. That's the purpose behind transparency. Well, I appreciate that you reached out to me, Paul, and I further can appreciate that you told me to call you anytime, and I hope that will continue. I think we can both agree that our conversation was frustrating. I think you were frustrated because you failed to convince me that what you were doing was right for the village. And I know I was frustrated because our conversation left me with more unanswered than answered questions. Paul, you mentioned that you had approached 4 attorneys for the position of village attorney, and yet I don't understand why we never heard about that at the 12-2 meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
In our phone conversation, you mentioned that you had approached 4 attorneys for the position of village attorney. And yet, at the 12-2 meeting, the only name that came up was Terry Rice. I'd like to know who the other attorneys were that were under consideration, and at what point did the trustees make the decision to only present Terry's name?
Okay, first of all, the comment you said that we refused to talk about it on 12-2, the refusal was to go into executive session to discuss it.
No,
we did not refuse to continue to talk about it at the meeting.
You did. There were questions asked of you and you refused to answer it, and I don't know who it was. Somebody in the audience yelled out that you don't have to answer, and you stopped answering.
Well, No, I think the question I got during the meeting was, where did the discussion take place?
I still have that question.
Yeah, well, again, there was nowhere, there was no meeting. There was a request to
But you just said that
to bid on
Mr.
it.
Barone and Ms. Corrigan were involved in it, so the three of you, sent smoke signals to Mr. Rice and the other four attorneys that you consulted? I'm not sure how this
Well, I'm
came
just
about.
saying that there wasn't a meeting. There was a request to submit a proposal. But the mayor said earlier that we refused to talk about.
I'm saying you refused it. I watched the video.
Well, I'm saying he said we refused to go into executive session, and I said because we would want to have the discussion out here. There's no.
But yet you didn't discuss it. Why did you told me on the phone that you approached four other attorneys. Why was that not brought up at the 12-2 meeting if you were discussing it?
The question didn't come up. I mean, it was.
Wow, so unless we say to you,
No, there was.
did you consult any other attorneys? You're not required to tell us that you did?
No, I'm not saying I'm not required. It's just there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot in that.
It would have been good information for the mayor to know that you were in contact with four other attorneys.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Mayor.
It would have been good for the mayor to be made aware of there were four other attorneys in the mix here. And did he have a meeting? Are we playing semantics on the meeting? Did you gather? Did you have a conversation? Did you exchange emails or text with Trustee Barone and Corrigan? Trustee-elect Corrigan and Barone? Those are the questions that should be asked of these board members.
So can you tell us who the other four attorneys were that you consulted with or that you considered?
Well, one of them was going to be Keenan Bean. One of them was Terry. And there was a third one that bid, which I don't think they want to be mentioned right now.
Yeah.
And the fourth, there was no response on the fourth one.
But you won't tell us who it was.
Please don't stand up and scream. Please don't stand up and scream.
Okay, the public's been led to believe that the motive behind all this is a cost savings. And yet you told me that there was no negotiation, that Terry Rice was, quote, willing to match the same rate that the village was paying Keenan Bean. So all you did was take our existing contract and you shopped it around to four attorneys. There's no opportunity for cost savings to the taxpayer, and you completely disregarded the non-collusion policy the village has in place to make the process honest and fair. I asked if you were a member of the board when Terry Rice was village attorney, and you confirmed that you were not, and that you had never worked with Terry. So I asked you how you could be sure that Terry was the right or best person for the position, and you said that you weren't sure at all, that you hoped that he was. So we have no cost savings, and an attorney that even a trustee isn't confident is the best guy for the job. I reiterated the same question that had come up at the 12-2 board meeting. Where was this meeting with Terry Rice? Where did it take place? You refused to answer, and you continue to insist that the question is irrelevant. And yet your refusal to respond to it makes it all the more relevant to me. If it's so inconsequential and so irrelevant, please just humor us and answer the question so we can all move on. Otherwise, you're just contributing to that much confusion that you mentioned. It also makes me question, since you say you haven't worked with Terry in the past, what prompted you to make him be one of your choices and the last choice that remained out of whoever you consulted, since you've had no experience working with him in the past?
I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
I've been on the ZBA for many years. And on the ZBA, I have land use attorneys.
I'm sorry, you have?
As a member of the ZBA, land use attorneys come and they state their client's case to get a judgment in their client's favor in front of the ZBA. Of all the judges that have come before the ZBA...
Of all the lawyers, you mean?
all the lawyers who've come before the ZBA, I'm going to characterize Terry Rice as being the Bill Belichick of land use attorneys. Now, when I was the trustee-elect, the other trustees and the mayor and the police chief, they called me and they congratulated me. And I said, you know, how are things going? What would you like to see changed? How do things, you know, what's what? And I was told that they were not that happy with Keen and Bean, and they would like to try to see what else was out there. And I suggested that my experience on the ZBA, that Terry Rice was the most formidable land use attorney that I've come across, and that he should be considered.
So you were not yet a trustee that had been sworn in, and yet it was your opinion that was used to formulate who would represent the village going forward, correct?
I was a trustee-elect.
You were not sworn in as a trustee.
And I did not vote on anything before I was a trustee.
But according to Mr. Girard, you were part of
I'm
seeking out...
allowed to ask questions and give advice, even as a resident.
It's funny, I'm a resident here for, I don't know how long you've lived here, Mr. Barone. I've lived here for quite a long time. Nobody asked me who my opinion was. I wonder how many other people here would like to take the existing contract and shop that around to their attorney of choice and present it to the board, but we're not given that opportunity. So until they were sworn in, Mr. Barone and Ms. Corrigan had no more authority than the rest of us do, yet nobody came to us.
We didn't display any sort of authority. We're allowed to speak to people and ask them questions and understand what needs to happen for the betterment of the village.
This keeps going back and forth. First I hear that you weren't involved in the solicitation process, then you were, then you weren't. So, you know, the story changes according to who's been speaking to whom. That's why things need to be done at a public meeting and not one-on-one phone conversations or emails.
We're going to, if you'd like to speak, please step up to the microphone and state your name and address.
Paul, two other things that you said during our conversation are concerning to me. One, you said that the mayor has an unfair advantage because he's able to do this full-time. I think I responded to you that we're lucky somebody is able and willing to do this full-time because the trustees seem to have limited availability. But this suggests to me that you view this as a competition, not as working together to do what's right for the village. I can't understand how anyone would even imply that working harder or putting in more hours could possibly be a negative for the village residents. Finally, you said that dissension is, quote, healthy, and that while this may be uncomfortable or unpleasant for now, in the long run, it'll be good for the village. That struck a personal nerve with me. Not in reference to this village board, but my own condo board. Anybody that knows me well knows how strongly I believe that a board benefits from a devil's advocate. Somebody who can look outside the box and make suggestions that perhaps hadn't been explored before. I don't mean looking backwards and re-implementing things that didn't work the first time, as Joe seems to want to do. But new ideas and changes that result in compromises can surely be a healthy thing for the village. But there's nothing at all about the underhanded way the trustees handled this that's healthy. You went behind the mayor and deputy mayor's back. But more importantly, you went behind every village resident's back, or nearly everyone's. You took away the transparency that this village expects of you. Your deliberate actions set into motion unnecessary expenses that our taxpayers shouldn't have to cover. And your actions have created unnecessary divisiveness in our community. I have no idea what kind of working relationship you and the rest of the board can have going forward. And while I can't speak for the other residents, I can tell you that you've damaged any trust that I've had for the trustees. And that's not something any elected official should be proud of. So if you can find something healthy about how you've handled this, I certainly hope you'll share that with us.
Look, we're elected here to try to make the best decisions to protect the village. And one of those things is making sure that everything done up here is done lawfully.
I'm sorry that everything
Is done lawfully.
Correct.
And the fact that, you know, the mayor does not accept that an appointment requires board approval, I mean, that's the law. I mean, we can't have one person being dictated. I think, you know, Mr. Curley brought up, he said something to Mr. Markunas, you're not Castro. I mean, that's what's, you know, that's the equivalent of one person able to do whatever they want. I mean, there's laws here, and he can make a motion to appoint, but the motion has to be seconded and then voted on. We ultimately did go to vote on the contract of Terry Rice, but the motion to appoint Keenan Bean was not seconded. That all happened.
Contract that you blindsided the rest of the board members with.
Well, it only came up. It was not planned that we were going to do that coming into the meeting.
You had a proposal in place. How was that not planned?
You had a bid process.
Because if the mayor,
slipped you the
can
proposal?
Can I answer that? If the mayor was coming to the meeting and taking Keenan Bean off his appointed list, that would have been an indication to us, okay, then the mayor does want to do a bid, and that's what we'll do. But when he left, when the agenda only came out 2 hours before, and the appointment was still on there.
That's 2 hours more notice than you gave them about.
It was clear indication that he still wanted to go ahead and appoint after referring to NICOM, after suggesting that he reach out to them themselves. I mean, throughout this process, NICOM knows exactly what's going on. There is no legal entity, there is no New York State entity that is upholding anything that the mayor is running through the court system. There is nothing.
Well, I'd like to wait for the judge to decide.
Right.
First.
Well, yeah, but up until now, there's nothing. Keenan Bean even reached out to NICOM, and NICOM said, yes, we know exactly what this issue is. You have no grounds to do what you're doing, but the judge will confirm that. But in their view,
as I stated earlier, this is in its infancy stages. New York State village law indicates the mayor has the authority to make the appointment.
That's correct.
Confirmed by the village board. And the judge has said this is in the infancy stages and no decision has been rendered as of yet. I was blindsided. This is the first I'm hearing once again that I still don't know how these bids were solicited. It's absurd that they did not follow the bidding process, which they're indicating they have done properly.
Paul told me that Mr. Rice was willing to match the same price. That doesn't indicate a bid to me.
I don't know. Then that's why these issues must be resolved, and I can't speak that much more in detail of it, and it has to be resolved by a judge.
You know, it's interesting, Paul. I remember when you first joined the board, I think it was probably either your first meeting or a very early one, the board voted on whether to approve the PBA contract. And you abstained, if I remember correctly, from voting because you said you had not been part of the negotiation process. You weren't a trustee then. You weren't entitled to be part of the negotiation process. The other two board members here are members of the board, and they weren't consulted in the bids or the proposals or anything else, any other method. But yet you couldn't commit to approving the PBA budget because you felt excluded, and you seem to feel that they should be signing on to things that you negotiated without their knowledge. That hardly seems fair. It seems to me that over the past year... It's not fair to
abstain, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry?
You're saying it's not fair to abstain?
It's not fair to expect somebody else to sign on to a contract that they weren't part of the negotiations, those were your words when you didn't approve when you didn't vote on the PBA contract.
Right, so they have a right to abstain.
I think that what you were saying is that people deserve to be included in the negotiation. But apparently that rule doesn't apply to everybody. But now that you mention abstaining, it seems like every time you're afraid to make a commitment or you don't know how to commit, you abstain. There's been a few times over the past year. I don't think that the village can operate reasonably with people who can't make decisions and can't make them in a timely manner, and that's what we're seeing of you, Paul. You first brought up this whole, according to you, the whole bid process was brought up in November, at the end of November. That gave you 1 month. You've said numerous times with the holidays you couldn't schedule things, and you told me that you couldn't look at the list of appointments because it was Thanksgiving weekend and who was going to work over Thanksgiving weekend. So you were proposing to have a bid process, develop the RFP, get it out to attorneys, get the responses back, interview them, all within a 1 month period, with your kind of availability.
Without the mayor's knowledge.
I'm sorry?
Without the mayor's knowledge.
I think that you're asking the taxpayers to believe a lot of what you're saying that just doesn't sound plausible. You know, you came into the budget meetings with a lot of theories of how things could be better reduced, but you had nothing concrete to offer. And now you're telling us all kinds of grand ideas that sound wonderful, but again, no concrete way of executing them. A village can't operate that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. What's the policy for the bid process in the Village of Suffern? Do you guys have a policy number that we can refer to? What's the bid policy number for bidding, for outsourcing?
The process for bidding?
No, not the process for bidding. The policy number for trying to obtain bids, public bids. Do you guys have a policy for bidding?
We have a bidding policy practice, and Mike, can you speak to the practice of the sending out a bid? Please.
New York state law establishes the competitive bid statutes that require you to bid for public services that involve both labor and materials of $35,000 or more, or for just materials for $20,000 or more. Exceptions occur in those bids. Part of them are professional services, which would be things like the services of an attorney. As a requirement, part of the bid statutes require you to have a procurement policy in place, a purchasing policy, that addresses those things that are not covered by bidding, such as if you want to go for professional services, and we do have a policy established for that in the village.
Thank you.
Does this policy, Mike, I'm sorry, does this policy have to be notified to the public if it's a public bid? If they're going to enter into a public bid, which you stated you went out to bid. So if you said you went out to bid, is there a policy for the village to obtain those bids? Under what happened with an attorney? Does the bid have to be posted to the public?
There's a process typically for an RFP, and it depends on where you want that RFP to go, but generally what would happen is the specs would be developed, the RFP would be distributed to people that would typically be involved in that service. It doesn't necessarily have to be advertised in a paper or anything like that, unlike a competitive bid under the statutes. But an RFP would be distributed to people that are interested in that sort of work. And then the other difference in an RFP and a competitive bid is when the results come back, you can still have the opportunity to negotiate the pricing with that particular vendor, contractor.
negotiate with anybody? As a whole, as a board of the whole?
No,
Did you develop an RFP? Did you develop a full RFP? For request for bid? Like he just...
We requested it, yes. We requested a bid. Yeah.
Did you develop an RFP? Did you request an RFP, request for proposal? So yes or no?
We requested bids. We requested proposals.
Did you develop it per the village code, I'm sorry.
Procurement policy.
Yeah, policy.
Yes, I believe we did, yes.
Per the policy. Does it include everyone in the village? All board members, this policy? Do all board members need to see the RFP before it goes out? No?
I'm not sure, Mike, can you answer that?
Do all board members need to see the policy, the RFP before it goes out?
I haven't seen every RFP that goes out, no.
I don't know that there's a requirement that all board members must see an RFP, but typically when an RFP is developed, we distribute it to the board. Let them know.
And it's voted on. The resolution to prepare the RFP, to put out the RFP, is all voted on.
All right.
By the board.
Okay, I was just asking.
Michael Curley, 84 Orange Avenue. So, from what I heard, there is no bid for professional services, so it's a moot point, number one. Okay, number two, when you became mayor, Mr. Markunas, you shopped around for an attorney before you became mayor. And you had an attorney in place when you became mayor. I think that would have been Mr. Crashow at the time. Okay? Now, in the last year, Mr. Mayor, you've come to me. You've come to me to ask me for advice, to call up Terry Rice for advice. You weren't happy with your legal counsel you had. You weren't happy with the choices you were given. You did it right in front of me. You came to Curly's Corner and talked to Terry Rice for help. On more than one occasion, Mr. Mayor. And I did it with you. And then after that, you and the village clerk interviewed Terry Rice for the position of village attorney last year for a long period of time. Because you thought you may hire him. So you interviewed different people and you didn't hire him, you hired someone else. Okay? So that's just the fact. When you started this meeting, you said to this public here that on February 4th, you appointed Keenan Bean of 2019. That is 100% incorrect statement. Okay? You did not appoint Keenan Bean on February 4th of 2019. You contracted with Keenan Bean, and if anyone goes back and look at the video, I don't want you to trust me. I want everyone to look at the video from February 4th of 2019. You will see that the mayor contracted with Keenan Bean, and he also said he's going to this other contractual way because of. So things have not been done in this village the same way with those other mayors. You changed the practice. Last year, you changed the practice. It was the same practice before with all the mayors, with Mr. Giantino, with Mayor Giantino, with Mayor LaCour, with Mayor Abato, okay? Going back to Mayor Savary, you changed the practice. You decided you wanted to contract with a firm. And you said it would be better if we did that. You go back and look at your words. They're all there. And I'll even point out Mr. Magrino was the lawyer who sat on the stage at that point. And Mr. Magrino is full well sure that I am correct on this. I'm not here to berate you. I'm here to just correct it. You made statements here, and there are other statements in that I can go after, but I'm not going to go after now, all right? Because it's in front of Judge Marks in the Supreme Court, okay? I went to that hearing. I sat there, okay? And the mayor asked, with his attorney, Mr. Klein back here, to go ahead and say, hey, freeze this. This isn't right. They filed papers this thick. The other side didn't get a chance to file any papers. They got Terry Rice to do it, and it was oral discussions. And Mr. Alpert actually got up there and spoke. And the judge asked him questions. Okay? So coming to meetings, because they were filed because police officers were sent to people's houses in this village. Trustees, the mayor sent police officers to deliver meeting notices. Twice. That's a waste of police time. Maybe they can work on the car on the street by Bagel Train or something else. Twice the mayor got them. That's a disgrace. So now you get I get a legal notice on a Thursday to be there Friday. And I already had scheduled a meeting. I'm not coming to that meeting on Saturday. It's in the courts now. I just hope, I'll ask each one of you individually, when Judge Marks comes back with his opinion, or his ruling, shall I say, it's not his opinion, okay? Will you honor Judge Marks, trustee? Yes. Will you honor Paul Girard?
Absolutely, yes.
Will you honor Mr. Mayor? Will you honor the judge? You're telling everybody about the judge. Will you honor Judge Marks'
If a judge renders a decision,
will you honor his
I
ruling?
will have to honor the judge's decision.
You will honor Judge Marks' ruling, yes or no?
It's
simple question, yes or no, like the lady said, yes or no?
Listen, it's premature to say that because you don't
let me go to the next. Mr. Barone, will you honor Judge Marks' ruling?
I will.
Trustee Corrigan, will you honor Judge Marks' ruling?
Yes.
Thank you for that. The ones that are saying that, because that will then end if there's any dispute going on right here, okay? Judge Marks was asked that day not to let Terry Rice be an attorney that was contracted by the village. The judge would not make that decision. There are papers that are going to be filed. I don't have them. I don't see them. I would like to wait to see them. I'd like to make them public, okay? Now, they brought up Amy. Why isn't Amy? I don't know why Amy haven't voted for Amy, but I will tell you this. A couple months ago, I got a call by an attorney named David Wise. He was doing an investigation because the clerk made an allegation against Mr. Girard. Okay? All right, the board had to vote to hire an attorney. Keenan Bean then went and hired an outside gentleman named David Wise. David Wise calls me up because he says there were things that happened while they were having lunch in my place. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay? So this village has spent thousands of dollars because the clerk has made a claim against him. Okay? I want that report released. You're a public official. You're a public officer. It should be released to the public, and I'd like to know immediately how much that costs the taxpayers of this village. I also would like every bill that has been, so the lady wants to know maybe why. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Okay? And you have legitimate questions. Maybe that's why. There's things that went on, and they're not speaking, not because they're trying to hold the truth from you. They're not trying to hold the truth for you because they can't. But they made a mistake. They called me up. So I can tell you. Because I'm not sworn to no secrecy here. I'm sworn to protecting the village, as many of them may be also. Right? Now, we also have, it's just disappointing to me that you call up, you ask Terry Rice for his help, you want this and that, and then I see this negativeness, okay? He is the best. Our biggest problem is land use in this village right now. Our biggest problem is protecting our zoning. We need a full, comprehensive study done. I would rather spend money on that than spend money on whatever else exists out there. All right? I just heard so many. I asked for more, and I also asked. I have board members asking for legal bills, okay? Can we please have all the legal bills from the law firms for the last year, including labor counsel, including the money was spent on Avon, okay? See, I have a problem when a lawyer comes to us to spend money not knowing if we can get approval yet. The advice from that counsel, in my opinion, is very disappointing. That was another lawyer from Keenan Bean, which we're going to get billed for, right? That firm gave us without knowing. And I asked that question standing here again. And I turned to him and I said, did you get approval from the school board yet? And the town yet? He said, no. Well, that's who you should have went to first before we did testing on the property, testing on the grounds. The advice we got from that lawyer, I hope we don't use that lawyer again. All right? And I'm telling you facts, folks, all right? You'll see the bills. We did ground tests, and you don't even know the school. And I brought it up, but they shunned me. I was shunned again. That's okay, I don't mind. I wasted enough time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
When did this bid go out?
It would have been the day after the board meeting, so the day I spoke to the mayor for the second time. Well, we spoke during executive session. I said we should do a bid, and then the following day, I also said...
This was November, December,
This was the day, the day I spoke to the mayor after the meeting would have been the day before Thanksgiving, so it would have been the 27th.
So it was November.
November 27th.
So the bid went out in November.
Yes.
Approximately.
Approximately, yes, because we had to be,
So
because we were...
This bid went out the end of November with the old board, is what you're telling me. If it went out in November, it was the existing board before everyone was sworn in, except for you, the mayor, and Steve. That's what you just told me. Again, that's twice you told me this now. So I gotta believe that's the date you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, they were...
You didn't consult with Steve. You didn't consult with Maura. You didn't consult with Frank Hagan. You just took it on your own to put a bid out?
Well, we asked for proposals.
That's a bid. Call it what you will. It's a request for a proposal, a bid, whatever you want. You did this on your own, didn't discuss it with anyone on that board at the time. You look like you're bewildered.
You mean those...
You did or you didn't.
Are you talking about those individuals?
They were the people that were on the board at the time you sent the bid out, the proposal.
Yeah, that's correct.
I thought you initially said you were in contact with Trustee Barone and Corrigan.
That's what I'm trying to understand here.
First you're saying Trustee Barone and Corrigan, and now you're saying, I don't know what you're saying.
I'm confused, and that's why I got up here, because one day it was November and one day it was December. Okay? And you know what? It doesn't go very credible for you not even to know what day you sent this bid out.
Well, I told you.
You did it on your own, supposedly. Who wrote it up? Do you know how to write up bids for the village? Evidently you don't, because you look bewildered by me.
I know how to write up
bids.
I know how to write up bids, sure.
Government bids. Did you write it or didn't you write it?
Say it again.
Did you write the request for proposal or didn't you?
Did I write the request for proposal or didn't?
Did you send out a letter to the 3 or 4 individuals you wanted to get a proposal from?
Yes.
And you don't know whether you wrote it or not?
What do you mean I don't know whether?
He just said he wrote it.
Oh, he did?
So you just said you wrote the bid, Trustee Girard. Is that correct?
We requested
You said we. You didn't consult with any of the people on the board at that time, yet you're saying we again. Who's we?
Paul, just come forward with it. Tell us what you did.
I mean, you're dancing around this thing, and it makes it look like it was done sneakily.
It was.
Or illegally.
It was. It's clear, Paul. Just fess up. Tell the public what they want to know.
Give me a straight answer. Give them a straight answer.
I called up different attorneys. To submit proposals to be...
You did this over the phone, so you didn't send anything out in writing and get anything back in writing.
He just said he wrote the bid. And now you're saying you called different attorneys, Paul.
I think,
This is a shame.
I respect you, but you're digging a hole with a big shovel now. You don't know whether you wrote it. Now you call them. You didn't get bids back. You did it over the phone. You didn't involve any other trustee because you didn't want to deal with the mayor because he wanted who he wanted. And I can understand you not wanting to discuss it with him, but there were other trustees involved. Steve, did you know this went on? Steve said no. So you were the lone wolf on this whole project. That's what you're telling me. Sorry, this stinks.
My name's Stephen Lejoy. I'm from 11 Vista Way.
Speak into the mic, please.
And I'd like to ask a couple questions. How much did you save, Mr. Girard, with your negotiations? And did Mr. Rice get to see what Keen and Bean was being paid through you?
The second question I don't know, and the...
Came out the same number as Keen and Bean.
That's not correct.
How much did you save?
The charge for working in excess of the 30 hours was lower than the Keen and Bean bid.
How much? I'm sure you got the village a great deal.
$10 an hour lower.
Okay, out of how much? What's the total per hour? $10 over 1,000, 200?
The rate, the Keen and Bean rate was $265 an hour, and the Rice rate was $255
So
an hour.
your great negotiation skills saved $10 an hour.
Again, it was a bid.
You know what's really disgraceful here is the fact that the village clerk got attacked here tonight. You attacked the village clerk 2 years ago regarding payments under the table that were supposed to be then going to a volunteer in the village. You foiled a bunch of information to try to pin something on that employee, the clerk. What'd you find?
It wasn't an attack against the village clerk.
It wasn't. Go to the video. It was attack against the village clerk, the mayor, and myself as a volunteer to help the village. Go to the videotape. Don't try to deny that.
No, it was an allegation against the mayor.
It was a false allegation. I find it totally unacceptable that a personnel matter came up here. This is a disgrace, the way you treat people. Whether it's legal, illegal, or not, I'm disgusted. I saved this village money because the mayor and the clerk asked me to help out, and you attacked us. You attacked volunteers.
No, I didn't.
You're pathetic. I've never seen, and just, you tell me you saved $10 an hour? You're a big procurement guy with Nestle's? I can do that with my eyes closed. This is disgusting.
Just a couple of weeks ago, Paul, you told me that Mr. Rice matched the same rate as Keen and Bean. Now there's a $10 an hour savings, which, as was pointed out, is insignificant, but your story changes every single time you tell it. That makes you not trustworthy in my eyes.
That's the only proposal we got from Terry.
I'm sorry? But you said it matched. First of all, you took away any opportunity the village might have had for cost savings. You talked about, originally your goal was to do an RFP to get bids in. You didn't do any of that. You got him to match the same rate that we were already paying. So what kind of cost savings is that for the village? You didn't do us a favor. You just exchanged services for one person for another, for somebody who you possibly thought was more qualified. That brings me to my next question. How many contracts have you taken the lead on for the village in the time that you've been trustee?
Say that again?
How many contracts have you taken the lead on in the time that you've been a trustee?
None.
But you thought that you were qualified to make this decision single-handedly without without the mayor or any of the trustees' input. So your first contract out, you figured you'd go for a village attorney with no input from anybody else. It was only a few months ago during the budget meetings that you didn't even know who the assistant village attorney was. But now you, don't look at me like that, Paul. You wanted to slash the budget and you were asked who the assistant village attorney was and you couldn't answer that question. But now you feel qualified to hire a village attorney.
It was an item that I wanted to review, that's all.
I'm sorry?
I said it was an item on a list that I wanted to review.
But you already had a proposal in your pocket.
What are you referring to?
Well, I'm not sure what you were, I think we're talking about two different things.
Oh, you said something about slashing the village attorney.
Meetings, correct.
And I said, no, it was only on a list of items that I wanted to review.
It was a line item you were even slashing.
Well, yeah, I did. I know it said village attorney.
It was the assistant village attorney, and when you were asked to name who it was, you couldn't. Go back to the video, you'll see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Talk a little louder.
Good evening.
There you go.
Happy New Year, Board. I hope this is not an indication of where we're going.
It is not.
Talking to the two in the corner over there. By the way, why couldn't you, it's a moot point, appoint or do a holdover for Keenan Bean and appoint Terry Rice when you needed land use? You can have an attorney just for that, pay him a contract just to do land use. Why do you need another attorney? Just a question anybody can answer. Anybody? I thought so. I hope you don't cost us as much money as you did last year.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
1 second, because the lady went second, so I'll follow her lead, okay? I didn't get personal. I talked about the tax bills and the lawyer fees for what's going on with this village, and how I was contacted, an outside citizen, so it was no longer a personnel issue, okay? So if they don't want to show I want to see the bills. I want to know what it costs the taxpayers. So if her husband takes it personal, I understand that because he's her husband. I don't have to accept it as a resident because I want those bills, and I think we have a right to those reports, okay? Now, the mayor's done the same thing before, interviewing attorneys ahead of time, interviewing people. All the time people are elect, they talk to people ahead of time. You talk about who you may appoint, who you may not appoint. It's commonly done in the whole state, and it's been a precedent in Suffern. Okay? The only precedent that changed in Suffern was when the way the mayor appointed the attorney, he did it. He changed it. He changed the system. He did it, not them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to? Okay.
My name is Joseph Hunt. I'm the CSA president here in the Village of Suffern. I'm deciding myself what I'm seeing here. Again, there's a lot of people out here that I take care of, I support, and I talk to day in and day out. I talk to all you guys when I can, when it need be, especially you, Mayor. I think this horse and pony show needs to stop now. We need to get back on what is meant here, working for this village. Not only the employees, but all these tax base out here. These people really need a uniform board. We need people that are gonna work together, not gonna fight and dispute over a damn lawyer. We got roads, we got houses, we got electricity, we got things that we need to get done. This bickering is going on too effing long. Let's stop. Let's regroup. Let's work together. I'm willing to be a mediator if I have to. I'm willing to work with each and every one of you on an individual basis to make this right. Hell, the unit and our local supported 4 of you guys up there. Not to do this, to work in the best interest of these people, and then 20-something of my employees that live here in Suffern. Not to try to chase them away, not to make them want to come up and fight. Everybody's here with their own opinions and want to fight a different battle. We don't want a battle. We want the best interest for this village out of you guys, and you're all professionals. Please work it out.
Thank you.
Stephen Lejoy. I'm not taking anything personally. This board member attacked people directly on video and continued to attack the village clerk. That's what costs the spend here. Nothing personal. It's the way people behaved on the board. So I will not accept that.
I wasn't on the board,
Secondly,
sir.
I agree with Joe. This board is ridiculous. They have to get aligned to work together. Thank you. Okay? I don't think there was no, it doesn't sound like there was an RFP. It doesn't sound like there were competitive bids. It sounded like no process was followed. If you did this in the companies I worked for, you'd be fired. This has nothing to do with personal. But when it's on video and you're attacking a village employee, that's acceptable to attack village employees?
No, he's addressing the board.
I'm looking at you, Mr. Curley. I'm not asking you anything. Okay, I don't see an RFP. I don't see a competitive bid. I don't know if Mr. Rice saw Keen and Bean, which is probably in public domain anyway. You get fired for doing this kind of bid where I work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Thank you very much. Let's continue on with the meeting. Fire department. I think it's Chief Lepori I think we're up to, right, Chief? Let me just find my...
Thank you. Okay, we just need the motion to accept Cheyenne Saccone, an over 18 member for the Hook and Ladder.
Okay, so I put forth a motion to accept Cheyenne Saccone as an over 18 member of the Hook and Ladder Company. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Trustee Alpert, second.
Second.
Trustee Corrigan, all in favor? Aye. Aye, passes.
Thank you. And I need a motion authorizing the football fundraiser to be held at the Hose Company on January 19th.
Motion authorizing a football fundraiser to be held at the Hose Company on January 19th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan?
Second.
Second. Trustee Barone, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And we'll get the resolution for you for the next meeting.
Yes.
For the truck seat.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're pretty sure that he'll hold the price?
What?
You're pretty sure that...
Yeah, I was on the phone with him. He's pretty sure we can hold the price till the next meeting.
Excellent. Thank you
So,
very much. And that was a great job you guys did last night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Culture and Recreation, Ms. Mills, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Village Board. So a few things that I have tonight. I sent you the list of events that we would like to participate in and run for 2020. I don't know if you need me to run over each of them, or if you have your list, if you have any questions.
If there's anything that you would like to highlight, or if, or the board would like any information on any of the events that Kathy has posted and given to us. Otherwise, we know it's running late, so we have most of the usual events.
Correct.
The Art in the Park will be the second event. Everything else so far, the summer concert series. Everything else looks about the same, I would say.
Excellent, yeah, okay.
Right?
A few things, the concerts we usually do look at and set in January and February, but I'd like feedback from the board. If there's any bands or groups that you'd like us to consider, please let me know. We're always looking out there. So if there's anybody that you'd like to come in, we're more than welcome to look at them. A few other things. At the last board meeting, a resident mentioned naloxone training. So we did set up, speaking with the mayor, we did set up a scheduled naloxone Avon training here, Narcan, and it will be March 3rd. So if you want to just put that on your calendar, I can also send a follow-up with that, but it will be March 3rd for Narcan training. What was the other thing? So that, again, that's it for the events. So again, if you ever have any questions about it, please let me know. And then the second agenda item I have for me is AARP. AARP has come to us again. We're very fortunate that they like to work with the village. They work at the Suffern Library as a free service to village residents. But for us, because we have our Leo Leiden building, it's a great opportunity for residents to come in and use the building. AARP would like to do tax preparation free of charge at Leo Leiden. So I'm seeing, I think it needs a resolution to approve.
Yes, I have the resolution in front of me authorizing AARP to use the Leo P. Leiden Community Building for resident tax preparation services for January through April. Do I have a motion? Motion. Trustee Barone, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Alpert, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes.
And that's it. I look forward to a wonderful 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Department of Public Works, Mr. Zawicki. Oh, I'm sorry. Grant writer, Mr. Fred Rella. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Board, again. Happy New Year. I think this meeting's longer than The Irishman.
No. And that was a good movie.
I'll make this brief. Just a couple things. I attended a mandatory CDBG meeting for the upcoming grant for 2020. The application is going to be due in March. So I'm going to have to hold a couple citizen advisory committee meetings. There's 2 mandatory, so I'll hold one in January and one in February. I submitted the Tree City USA application to continue to be a member of Tree City USA. We've been a member since 2013, and that's an annual application. Relevant to the WIA grant, which was spoken about a bit earlier, we have submitted the acknowledgement of acceptance for that grant on last Friday. I also, once again, want to thank Michael, Charles, the mayor, and everybody who worked very hard on that. I'd also like to thank Dwight Brown up at the EFC, who I was in constant communication. Also, Senator Carlucci and his Chief of Staff, John Mulgrew, who were also instrumental in communicating with the EFC on that. So it was a real team effort, and we were able to get...
I really want to thank you. I don't think you were in the room, but I really want to thank you for all that hard work and dedication and acquiring and working closely with us, the board, Delaware Engineering, everyone in question. Like you said, it's a team effort, and it really did pay off, Fred.
Right.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that, and it's a great benefit for the village of Suffern.
Fred's work was amazing.
And your work is amazing. Yes.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Fred's work is amazing. Thank you. I'm sorry, Charles. Now, we're good, I think. No, police department. What is wrong with me? I'm skipping everybody.
I just have a quick update. I'm just going to give you some information. Any questions, please feel free. In 2019, we got our final numbers in. We responded to, at police calls and blotters, we had 8,629 for 2019. This month, we are conducting increased distracted driving enforcement and conducting increased aggressive driving enforcement. Those are 2 things we do regularly. We're hitting our main roads, Route 202, Route 59, Orange Ave, main areas. We also increased our patrols and checks at houses of worship. We've established a patrol car, sector car on Sundays that'll be checking all of our churches here. We've got all the times from all the churches down. Heavy patrol there, as well as the mosque at their key times. I spoke to them, as well as the Presbyterian Church up on Parkside Drive. With everything going on in the world, we think it's critical to do that. We've definitely stepped that up. We actually implemented actual detail to do that. We had their graduation last month at Connors School. Went great. Toy drive went excellent. Thanks for support. We helped out a tremendous amount of families locally. And my favorite topic, which criminal justice reform, we got our first bunch of arrests from January 1st up till today. First arrest was a violent felony domestic assault. Took us multiple hours, 9 hours, just to get everything processed over to the district attorney's office. That's not counting basically the video, the redaction of the calls and the radio transmissions, which have to go immediately to the district attorney's office. So the two biggest issues I'm seeing are the immediate paperwork that has to be done that day, which is obviously causing an issue for us overtime-wise, as well as the video, slicing the video, sending it. Mike is working with us. Mike's been great. Mike Janito and I helping us with the IT. We had to expand our bandwidth because we have to send very big files to the district attorney's office in regards to our video. But it is definitely a work in progress, but it is a lot. And we are not, fortunately, the busiest, but we are busy enough that we had multiple arrests. That's definitely causing a personnel issue for us, I can tell you that. So, any questions at all?
Okay.
I think you're probably all questioned out. But
We're all questioned out, but the accolades, just once again for the toy drive, once again helping everybody in the community. The dad graduation is unbelievable to see the officers go up there and really speak and interact with the kids, and the graduation ceremony was excellent. And as you said, criminal justice reform, I know there's a lot of different groups out there that are trying to encourage the governor to put a stay on it, and hopefully they will, and then we'll be able to revisit the law itself and make adjustments. As I hope that happens. But great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Charles, I think.
Sorry. No, but I think Paul's got Skittles down there.
Oh my God, my back is killing me.
Good evening. I am requesting payment authorization for application for payment number 2 in the amount of $6,197.85 to Tilcon, New York for the roadway improvements Phase 10 project.
So I have a resolution authorizing payment number 2 to Tilcon, New York, Phase 10 roadway improvements in the amount of $6,197.85. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, Trustee Barone. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I am requesting payment authorization for application for payment number 2 in the amount of $3,164.40 to Tilcon, New York for the Village Hall and Police Parking Lot project.
The resolution authorizing payment number 2 to Tilcon, New York for Village Hall and Police Department Parking Lot Improvement Projects. Do I have a motion? Motion, Trustee Alpert. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Girard. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes.
I am requesting payment authorization for application for payment number 1 in the amount of $159,395.94 to National Water Main Company for the cast-in-place lining contract of the Phase 2 sanitary sewer payment project.
The resolution authorizing payment number 1 to National Water Main Cleaning Company for cast-in-place lining, Phase 2 sewer abatement project in the amount of $159,395.94. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan and Trustee Barone. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes.
I am requesting authorization to issue a purchase order to the low bidder for the tree mitigation project. That project would be executed in 2 phases. The first phase would be fiscal 2020 in the amount of $22,750. The Phase 2 would be executed in 2021 in the amount of $8,000.
Bless you.
So just to go over it, authorizing the acceptance of the lowest bid for the tree mitigation project to Bartlett Trees.
Pardon me?
To Bartlett Trees.
Oh, yes,
right?
I'm sorry. That was kind of an important part of it. I'm sorry, I left that out.
So the first amount
Yes.
is $22,750,
Yes.
and the second amount is $8,000.
Yes.
So authorizing acceptance of the lowest bid for the tree mitigation project, Bartlett Tree Experts. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Alpert, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Girard, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next item is the modification to the DEC consent order. Any additional discussion with that?
So I have authorization to the mayor to sign the DEC R320110202-36 order on consent, schedule of modifications. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Barone, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Janito.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item is to rescind the resolution that authorized us to issue up to $3 million in bonds for the purchase of the Avon property. And I would recommend that we do this with a roll call vote, as we did the original resolution.
So I have the resolution rescinding, revoking, and repealing the bond resolution adopted November 6, 2019, authorizing the issuance of bonds in the principal amount of $3 million. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Corrigan. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Alpert?
Agreed. I guess yes.
Yes. Mr. Girard?
Yes.
Mr. Barone?
Yes.
Trustee Corrigan?
Yes.
I vote yes.
The second item is a resolution to rescind the associated project for the Avon purchase.
Rescind the resolution adopted November 6, 2019, establishing capital project 2020-007, acquisition of Avon property. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Alpert, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Corrigan, do I have any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
The last two items are authorization for me to attend GFOA training, one in Nashville, Tennessee, the other one in Long Beach, California. Both of those are at no cost to the village.
First resolution authorizing Michael Janito to attend the GFAO Governmental Accounting Training January 13th through the 17th. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Alpert, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next resolution authorizing Michael Janito to attend the GFAO Governmental Accounting Training February 3rd through 7th. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Alpert, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Girard, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
And Mayor, just three quick things. We published our audited financial statements for May 31, 2019, the fiscal year end. They're available for the public to look at. We also are going to be issuing refunding bonds that will take advantage of savings that will, over the course of about 10 years, provide us with about $250,000 in debt service savings. That's happening in the month of January. And we, this week, or last week actually, sent out to each department head a request for their budget submissions, which will be coming in February, and the board has our proposed budget calendar.
Yes.
And we also sent that to the State Comptroller's Office because, as you know, they come in at this time to review the tentative budget when it's available.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustees, we did the appointment. If anyone else would like to have any comment at this time, please.
I would like to make a comment.
Okay. Trustee Corrigan.
At no point could I ever imagine that anyone on this board would not want to service the public to do what we were elected to do. And I firmly believe that once the judge has come with their decision, as it was put by the mayor into the judge's hands, then once that is done and said, I believe we move on as a village board and we conduct ourselves as such, and we get village business done the way that it was intended to.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Next, I have in front of me a resolution authorizing Steve Conley, Randy Ortiz, Mike Stark, and Frank Wilson to attend the New York State Building Officials Conference, Rockland County Chapter 2020 Seminar. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Barone, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Next resolution, authorizing Main Gate Productions LLC to film God Friended Me Season 2 in the Village of Suffern, January 13th through January 21st, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Corrigan, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Barone, any further discussion?
I do, I have a bunch of questions.
Go ahead.
Where are they gonna film? When do they start? I have a ton of questions.
So it's in there's a...
I didn't see it.
You didn't get the God Friended Me
All right.
info?
Lafayette,
All right, I'll call you tomorrow.
Lafayette Theater, Leo Leiden, from January 13th through the 21st.
This is it, Joe. Maybe you don't have it.
I'll give it to you.
All right.
So on the discussion,
No, I'm good.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Oh.
God friended me, I hope he friends me tonight.
Did we vote on the nomination exactly? Or?
Yes, we did, yes.
I saw it on the agenda.
Motion to close, excuse me? Yeah, motion to close.
I motion to close.
Trustee Barone, second by Trustee Corrigan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you all for coming out tonight.